Sir, Alok Mechari sir from YMCA have joined in.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Alok.
How are you, sir?
Fine, fine.
Pleasure. It's my privilege being here this morning.
Good morning, sir.
I have Dr. Panigrahi sir as well. Good morning,
Dr.
sir.
Panigrahi sir is also joined.
Jamia, Hamdard.
Namaste,
Yes.
sir.
Namaste,
morning.
namaste, welcome. Very good morning.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Very good morning.
Good
Aapko
morning,
bhi.
sir.
Bahut. Namaskar.
Very good morning.
Welcome, Ritu. Thanks for joining in.
I think Aditya Vidyasagar sir, Ji is also here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Yes,
Aditya sir. Welcome, Ritu. Thanks for joining in.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Our colleagues, Dr. Abru there, Dr. Fazlur Rahman. Thanks all.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Mansi.
Good
Hello,
morning,
good
Mansi.
morning.
Good morning.
Good
Hello.
morning. Good morning, everyone. Namaste.
Good morning, Mansi.
Hello, Dr. Panigrahi. Good morning. Namaste. Hello, Dr. Vice Chancellor, sir. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Namaskar.
Vice Chancellor, sir.
How are you?
Fine, sir.
Good morning, VC sir.
Good morning.
I can see Rathore sir is also here. Good morning, Rathore sir.
Good morning, Rathore, sir. Namaste.
Good morning.
Namaskar to all of you, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir. Good morning.
Namaskar.
We'll begin in another minute. I guess we can. Dr. Zeenat, kindly let me know when we can begin so that
I think we can seek permission of the President of the Summit, Professor
Yes.
Afshar Alam sir. So with your permission, can we initiate?
Yeah, please start.
Gayatri, over to you.
yes, Jamila is here right now.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Summit 2020. I'd like to begin and then, as per tradition, Jamia Hamdard will begin with the recitation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We'll first begin with the Ganesha Vandana and then we'll follow by the recitation of the Quran.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Over to you, Dr. Fazlur Rahman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أن تعددوا وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب. I have recited a verse from Surah Maida, which is chapter number 5 of the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, and cooperate each other in righteousness and pity, but do not cooperate each other in sin and evil. Verily the punishment of Allah is very severe. So this verse talks about cooperation in good things, and we can see here Jamia Hamdard has collaborated with Global Mental Health and CliMed Research Solutions. So the first part of the verse, that cooperate each other. Now the second part is cooperate in what? In doing something good. So the Sustainable Development Goals talks about peace and prosperity for people and planet. So these three institutions, they have collaborated, they have come together to promote something good. All the scholars are united that this verse of the Quran can be used to bring people together for goodness. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you. We'd now like to invite Ms. Mansi Dholakia, CEO and founder of GMHA, to give the welcome address.
Thank you so much, Jamila. Thank you everybody to be present here today. Greetings of the day to all the honorable dignitaries present here, and a very good morning to you all. I am Mansi Dholakia, the CEO and founder of GMHA, Global Mental Health Association. We are established in New Delhi in India. I'm so thrilled and delighted to be a part of this amazing event in collaboration with Dr. Ajit's CliMed Research Solutions and the prestigious Jamia Hamdard University. I would like to begin by showing an attitude of gratitude towards all the members who have made this summit possible. Firstly, a huge round of applause to Ms. Gayatri Chadwa, our COO at GMHA, without whose dedication, commitment, and devotion this summit would not have been possible at all. Secondly, I would like to mention our psychologists at GMHA, all of us who have supported us to make this summit possible. Thank you, Dr. Ajit and Dr. Zeenat Iqbal ma'am, for your invaluable contribution towards this event. GMHA was established in New Delhi 3 years ago with the vision and mission to bring about a change in the mental well-being arena. We have rigorously tried to implement UN SDGs 3 and 4 through our efforts to spread awareness for mental health and well-being. We are proud to say that we have already implemented 11 out of the 17 UN SDG goals through various efforts made in the right direction. GMHA envisions to implement the UN SDGs and help create a better world for the youth especially, and create opportunities for them to make this country Atmanirbhar in truest sense. I would now like to introduce a little bit about Jamia Hamdard. Education is the best tool for reducing inequalities in society. Jamia Hamdard was conceived as a seat of higher learning in Unani medicine, Islamic studies, biosciences, and other areas of knowledge by late Hakim Hafiz Abdul Majid, the revered founder of Jamia Hamdard, as a means of fulfilling his dream of an inclusive society and education to all. Over a period of last 2 to 3 decades, Jamia Hamdard has emerged as an outstanding institution of higher learning with distinct and focused academic programs that promote and advance the cause of higher education through modern methods of teaching and advanced research. The name Hamdard, which means sympathy for all and sharing of pain, manifests the alignment of the vision of Jamia Hamdard to the ethos of SDGs for building a better world by promoting the cause of equitable health and education. Global SDG Summit 2022 has been put together in such a way that it benefits students, entrepreneurs, small businesses, local craftsmen, educationists. It gives boost to going vocal for local and above all spreads awareness about the 17 UN SDG goals laid down by the United Nations for all member states to follow in order to achieve the global vision of building together a sustainable future. Our beloved Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, declared on 16th of January as a National Startup Day. He quoted that startups are the backbone of New India. What kind of startups do we want to encourage? What kind of startups will help India build a sustainable future? Envision the kind of youth who would be able to invent new ideas for a sustainable future. Imagine a child learning in school about saving water and about turning the tap off while, brushing at home. These are the kind of examples we want to set. SDGs are not just goals to be achieved, but they are a way of life moving forward. GMHA wishes to inculcate these values in our youth who are our future for tomorrow. I sincerely hope that today, through our efforts, through this summit, we are able to gain good support and we are able to be acknowledged by the right kind of people to bring our sincere endeavor to bring about the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mansi, for that lovely address about explaining to us about the SDGs, about introducing Jamia Hamdard, as well as Global Mental Health Association. I'd now like to invite Dr. Ajit Singh, CEO and founder of CliMed Research Solutions, and I'd like him to speak a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jamila. So hi, a warm morning, everyone. I hope everyone is here, safe and doing well. I'm Dr. Ajit Singh, CEO and co-founder, CliMed Research Solutions, also serving as the National Director for Research at World Youth Heart Federation, WYHF, and Vice President for Medical Artificial Intelligence at Indica AI, and also working for Indian Council of Medical Research as research scientist at KMC Manipal. I would start with a thank note to our all collaborators, Global Mental Health Association, and my friend Mansi Dholakia for coming up with this fantastic social purpose-driven awareness program and joining hands with CliMed and our educational partner Jamia Hamdard, institution of repute in India, for extending the support thoroughly. I remember when we approached our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, Professor Dr. Afsar Alam Sahab sir, he did not think for a second. Without a second thought, he said yes to conduct this summit as being our educational partner. So thank you very much, sir. And our sustainability partner, Indian Institute of Sustainable Development, and Dr. Srikant Panigrahi sir, for accepting the invitation on a very short notice. So thank you very much, sir, and our other coordinators and teammates, Dr. Jeanat Iqbal ma'am, Mrs. Gayatri Chadwa, and all who are working day and night to make this summit successful and grand. I would also take this pleasure to welcome and thank our today's chief guest of inaugural ceremony, Dr. Srikant K. Panigrahi sir, Director General IASD, and our guest of honors, Dr. Mayank Agarwal, Dr. Indrajit Ghosh sir, Dr. Sandeep Marwaha, Dr. Ajay Rana, Ms. Sonia Hussain from Bangladesh, and Professor Asim Ali Khan, who cannot join us due to the unfortunate circumstances. But I welcome all of you. I welcome our expert panelists, resource persons, speakers, and the wonderful audience. Thank you for joining, everyone. If I talk about my company, CliMed Research Solutions, it's a growing research organization with expertise in providing research solutions in various fields like medical writing, regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance, and data analytics. We have started our educational services in August 2020, by which it got international recognition. In last 18 months, in the educational services only, we taught more than 60,000 of medical, pharmacy, nursing, and other health science students and professionals. There are several skill development training courses for health science students to develop their practical skills and serve the community better. One of our course, I'm proudly saying, 90 days free certificate course in basics of cardiac pharmacology, gained many recognitions, and we break the record of highest admissions in one course nationally. We trained 10,600 medical and pharmacy student professionals from industry, academia, and individuals who wanted to learn cardiology from 26 countries in one course. We have started a similar course in diabetes this month with around 2,000 plus participants. I'm really happy to see all eminent personalities here and leaders from different domains of the society. I can see educationists here, activists, government officials, artists, philanthropists, and entrepreneurs. People have joined us for this summit from all the continents globally. We have people from USA, we have people from Australia, Canada, Europe, and our neighboring country, Bangladesh, and many more. If we come to the UN SDGs and agenda of this 2 days conference, it's all about creating the awareness on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the society and youth. Everyone is living, we all know everyone is living and want to live a sustainable life. Directly or indirectly, every component of the society is associated with sustainability, whether it's for food, accommodation, water, health, education, or work. Overall, I would say sustainability is survival in the society. I'm not the expert of the field or here to, actually I'm here to learn from the experts, so would not take much of your time, but I would like to invite our youth to participate in achieving the SDGs. India has one of the major youth force. If you all are coming and if you all are well understood and well educated, you can improve every domain of the society. By this, I'm stopping myself. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Jamia.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit, for sharing with us the wonderful work that CliMed Research Solutions undertakes. I'd also request you to go ahead and introduce the honorable chief guest, Dr. Shrikant Panigra. Sir?
Sure, definitely. Thank you. It's my pleasure. One sec. Yes, so it's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest of the inaugural session, Dr. Shrikant Panigrahi sir. He is the Director General and a Distinguished Research Fellow, Indian Institute of Sustainable Development, IISD, a public policy think tank and a scientific research institute at New Delhi, who is also a leading institute, Indian sustainability thought leader. He is a well-known Indian policymaker and technocrat who has worked with the Government of India, United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, and the World Bank. He is a member of Prime Minister on National Strategic Knowledge Mission and many other government and UN expert committees, and now in the other working groups as well. He represented India in international climate change negotiations in UNFCCC and also known as the Chief Architect of Indian Carbon Market. He is awarded the National Science Popularization Award by Honorable Prime Minister of India for his extraordinary contributions and commitments to popularize science among the common mass, and is recognized by UNEP for his valuable contributions and leadership in catalyzing environmental actions on World Environmental Day 2007. Dr. Panigrahi has earned his formal degree in civil engineering, then received master degree in environmental city planning, management and business administration, and doctorate in public policy, specializing science policy from credible universities of India and abroad, including Technical University of Dresden, TUD, Germany, IIT Delhi, School of Planning and Architecture at JNU, New Delhi, following by a research fellowship from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Cambridge, MA, USA. He was also an UNEP and UNESCO fellow, where he delivered guest lectures in 5 prestigious universities of Europe at Hamburg, Dresden, Prague, Vienna, and Zurich, and other 27 countries other than India of the global later. So I welcome you, sir, and I invite you to put your views on SDGs and our SDG Summit. You're welcome, sir. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajit Singh, for your wonderful introduction. And in fact, there is introduction is not required. And we are the people from our knowledge domain who have come together here in a very auspicious occasion. All of our intention is only one, for which God has created this beautiful world. That is, all of the world should be a better place to live in. And all of our objective is that one. And to make that possible, the most important ingredient is the knowledge. And knowledge comes from education. And I'm extremely glad we are the great personalities like Jamia Hamdard, the educational institute, which is the premier educational hub of the nation and a center of excellence of learning, is organized this program. And I am equally glad and happy that and would like to express my thanks and gratitude to Ms. Mansi Dholakia Gayatri from GMHA, Global Mental Health, and Dr. Ajit Singh, who introduced me, CEO and founder of CliMed, who has organized the entire show. I am extremely happy that very learned persons from all walk of life, like Dr. Ajit Singh told, all the stakeholders of sustainability are there in this gathering. We are now 336, which is a good gathering, and I understand it's a global gathering, and this will be continuing for coming 2 days, where there will be debate, discussion, sharing of knowledge and wisdom, which we'll learn from each other and come out more knowledgeable, more strong to contribute to the society and to the planet, which is the all-rounding need of the hour. I would not like to give a very long introduction because all of you know the problem very well. Sustainability is nothing great. Many people define it in different way. I mean, there are a lot of jargons. Simply telling, sustainability is something which was there in the past, which also there now, and also will be continuing, and with completeness. God has created this planet with full of resources, and he has also created a mechanism for replenishment. Say, if you put the pollution in the world, after a certain kilometer of flow, the river has the capacity to clean it completely. So also, we all humans, we have come from nature, we'll go back to nature, and we will end in the nature itself. But sometimes we have become extra ambitious. It will not be told ambitious, some kind of greed, and all the human beings doesn't think equally, and some of us plunder the world to a greater extent, and so we have consumed always more than we should collectively, for which we are in an extraordinary situation now. The planet is almost burning. We have ocean currents have changed their directions. The cold currents has become hot currents. Hot currents has become cold currents. Their direction, their intensity has changed. The pressure belts of the air has been shifted, and there is a huge problem in the ecosystem balancing. And this is all because we are not going along with the nature. We need to reconnect ourselves with the nature, and with harmony we need to go together. That is very much possible. And at the beginning of the millennium, whole world was worried how to make this planet more livable. There is enough sorrow in this world. We have huge social issues. People's the planet is inhabited by more than 7.5 to approaching towards 8 billion people, and this is geometrically increasing. And so still the researchers have estimated planet has everything within it, and it can meet the requirement of all of us, our requirement, but we need to behave properly, we need to think properly, we need to act properly. At the beginning of the century, as I told, the millennium was at the beginning of the millennium, it was realized the planet and the people are at crisis. So MGD was thought of, Millennium Development Goal, which started from 2000 to 2015. In 15-year span, 8 goals were planned and declared by United Nations, that all the member countries and all the stakeholders of this planet will practice, will try their best to achieve sustainable development through those MDGs, 8 MDGs. The 2015 we arrived, MGD came to an end, but many of the sustainability parameters remained unsolved, and in fact some of them problems has got more acute. So I will have a brief presentations with my limited time frame that I am given to me. I have 70 slides in my PowerPoint, so I will be very brief and to the point and run them very quickly. And some of the slides which is analytical in nature, I will be explaining, spending some time in explaining that. And generic slides, I will move very fast. And maybe at the end of the program, I will appreciate the questions. So that is how we'll go about. So now I will share my presentation and make it run. In between, I will also tell you what the organizations I'm providing leadership is doing. We are twin organizations. The mother organization is Indian Institute of Sustainable Development, IISD. It is founded in 2007, July 3rd. And since last 12 plus years, relentlessly the organization working in 3 pillars of sustainability. One is social sustainability, that is people, the environmental sustainability, that is planet, and economic sustainability, that is profit, that is the business or economics, whatever you say. So the objective is to strike a balance and make India more sustainable, more livable. A few of the best minds, it is a research institute. We work around the clock, and all of us are stable in our life, and we think our time has come to give something to the society and give something to the planet back. And there are so many complex social issues, there are so many complex environmental issues, and we find solutions are very simple. And we need to, if we have enough knowledge with us, with the right direction, that is the wisdom, we should able to deliver with a positive attitude. We need to develop small, low-cost economic models, business models, where the solution lies. So all the stakeholders we need to take along and work together. Today's I will roughly highlight UN Sustainable Development Goals, and what it is, how it is getting implemented throughout the world, and especially in India, and where we are, where we need to go, and for that what we need to do. It's a very broad topic, and so within a very limited time frame, I'm trying my best to make it possible for you. So there are 17 goals in UN SDGs and 169 targets. So all these goals and the targets are the need of the hour. These are known as global goals. After 2015, for another 15 years till 2030, these global goals, 17 goals were planned, and the objective is simple: to end poverty, bring prosperity, to protect the planet. And in simple, we all of us should share our problems and happiness and try to help each other, which my brother read from Quran. All the religious institutions, organizations are teaching us the same thing. And so UN, the UN SDGs starts with a very simple common pledge. What is that pledge? No one should be left behind. If we all are walking in our own path, own road, and while walking and struggling our life, we come together. Like for this moment, all of us are together, and again we go in our own way. But we need to see nobody is left behind. We are going together. Some people argue this is not possible. Yeah. We need not to be worried for that. It is possible. Let who is not doing not do, but people like us who have a positive synergy and goodwill and a commitment to do something for the people and the planet must come together. I have told about Millennium Development Goals, so I will not explain it anymore. And how this MGD came. It is started from OECD Development Assistance Committee. There are 30 members, and they debate, and something like, it was realized that there should be some strategy for the planet. So every country does their strategy, their monetary allocations, but at global level, there is no global architecture. United Nations is the only organizations which is a submission of member countries, needs to come forward to shape the 21st century strategy. That was the basic background. At that time, 191 United Nations member states and 22 international organizations joined for MDGs. And now we have more than 196 countries are signed with SDGs. So all the 17 goals are having different color codes, and this is symbolized by this global goals, and the objective is social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And what are these 17 sustainable development goals? And for peace and prosperity, first is no poverty. If this is very fundamental and basic requirement, if poverty is there, nothing is possible, because it will nullify everything to a greater extent. Then we need to have zero hunger. We cannot compromise for our own sustenance. Food is very basic, primary requirement for any living creature. And not only hunger, but we also have to take care about malnutrition. We need minimum food, but that has to be nutritious. Then I'm not explaining them. Then good health and well-being. Many like GMHA and even Dr. Ajit Singh's organizations, they are all working for good health and well-being, as well as education sector. Quality education is extremely important, and education is the only thing which can throw light, remove darkness, and a positive synergy will be created, and it will help to make the planet to a better place to live in. So it is extremely important. During COVID, whole world has suffered, and in the entire world is the quality of education is degrading. That is a major concern. There are schools, there are teachers, even sometimes there are very nice infrastructure, but proper education delivery, but student sense of learning attitude, there is a downfall, and this is a great crisis for humanity. And education is essential ingredient like food, shelter, and clothing. So this is we should not forget, and we need to help others and take the lead always to spare knowledge and educate, and let our hand to the others who need to be lifted up. So gender equality, extremely important. God has created men and women 50-50%, and these are two pillars of any development, anything. But this is a big problem throughout the world, and we have come across a lot, but we need to go a lot of miles away. Then clean water and sanitation. It is again the basic requirement. Like water is life, and sanitation is the basic living requirement. So we it is very shameful in 21st century, in 2022, still about a little less than 50% of the planet's population doesn't have access to free drinking water and complete sanitation. So it is again a basic need. We may do wonderful things in space. Space tourism is coming for few as a source of entertainment. We don't have to forget there are enough inequalities in the world. An unequal world cannot deliver sustainability. We need the equity is extremely important, and the poorest of the poor should, when will able to do space tourism, at that time the problem of clean access to clean water will not be remain as a problem in the world. We have left many people behind, and so we need to take all along, and these are the things we must, each of the inhabitants of this planet must feel shameful. We don't have clean drinking water and sanitation. Again, the quantity of the water is going to be a very big issue in tropical countries like India. So we need to do a lot in this space. For sustainability, we have no right to pronounce unless we work on these issues. Then comes the affordable clean energy. I need not tell about climate change. All of you know where we are. We are at 1.2 degrees Celsius higher temperature than the planet can withstand, resist. If it will reach at 1.5, the tipping point will be almost reaching. At 1.2 degree higher Celsius temperature, we have almost lost 35% of our biodiversity. That includes flora as well as fauna. The beautiful nature has been plundered. The warming, global warming that is taking place, many of the sensitive species are not able to tolerate. They are vanishing away. They are getting endangered, and they are getting extincted. So unless the floral as well as animal diversity is there, the ecosystem balance will be difficult to be maintained. Climate change, biodiversity, desertification, land degradation, food security, water, all are interrelated to each other. Energy, the fossil fuels or the bad energy or the quality of the energy is extremely important, which many of us in rural areas and different part of the country still don't understand that energy, which is, it has to be low cost, it has to be affordable, so that it will be made available to everybody with a cheaper and affordable price. At the same time, plenty of energy is required to make our life livable, and at the same time the energy has to be clean. So if the carbon footprint of the kind of the energy we are using is higher, then there is no point using those kind of energy. The whole world is going through energy transition now. India, like any other country, has very highest commitments in energy sector that we will be discussing while discussing 13 number goal climate action. So clean energy is extremely important, and it has to be affordable too. And it is one of the important indicators which influence all other 16 parameters of UN SDGs. Then decent work and economic growth, extremely important. Some people in the planet, they have enough, but they still feel they have nothing. and they keep gathering wealth, and there are huge massive population are still struggling for food, for shelter, for clothing. They have nothing with them, and under pain, they are working in difficult situations, unhealthy, risky situations, environments, like, their life may be at stake. There is a lot of chemical hazards in chemical industries, where it is found that workers are working for 20 hours, for 19 hours, for 18 hours, 12 hours, and in unhealthy conditions. So there is a working hour. International Labour Organization, ILO, has defined that it should be not more than 8 hours, and the working condition has to be very appropriate, so that a worker can work. There are issues of child labor, which is a huge problem, and till now many developing countries, even developed countries, are not willing to accept that, to abolish child labor permanently. There are laws against child labor, but in practice it is going on. Many stories, how the carpets in Banaras is made, and we are the kind of the dollars those who earn through exports does nothing. Our craftsmen, our fishermen, our artisans, our farmers, they don't have a simple livelihood which will sustain them, which will educate their children, and who can lead a decent life. That is very, we need to understand and realize that. And IISD has an agreement with Coffee Board, Tea Board, and many of such organizations in India, so that their workers are not asked to work more than 8 hours. And they are given a decent salary as per the law, what they deserve. Again, the women worker should not be paid less than the male worker. All these things are extremely important, and Coffee Board and Tea Board is committed. Even private organizations like Tata Tea has signed an agreement with us, and they are committed, and in their tea gardens, no tea workers is working beyond 8 hours. There are some parties who signed agreement with us, but we saw the laborers are working even 18 hours there. Then I asked them, what is this going on? So they say, this is through the contractor supply. Our regular employees don't work. So this is not accepted. There are many such things are there. We have wonderful laws, and laws alone cannot make the world livable. We, all of us, need to evolve, need to realize that we must go together. No one should be left behind. Only it is not just telling; it has to be done to the best of our capacities. Decent work is gone. Industry is the pillar and backbone, economic backbone. Manufacturing is extremely important, and we need to. The human requirements are changing. The more we are becoming more smart day by day. We have access to many wonderful scientific inventions and innovations by now. So every industry, every work, every service sector, every things needs to be innovated and redefined as per the requirement of the time, for which we need appropriate infrastructure. All of you know what happened during COVID. Many people lost their job. Many industries, their production went down. The GDPs of the many countries was second, and we are struggling for industrial growth, innovation, and appropriate infrastructure for that. And it is one of the important pillar of sustenance which cannot be ignored. Then reduced inequalities, extremely important, and cracks up all the problems. I told you right from the beginning, an unequal world will never deliver sustainability, and will not allow everybody to work together, will never allow to leave anybody behind. Not only one or two, many, and everybody will be left behind if inequalities is in the top of the agenda. So you see, India, the entire wealth of the country is resting with 10% of there are limited 10 to 20 rich persons are holding more than 75-80% of the wealth of the nation. This kind of model where poverty is geometrically increasing, irrespective of a number of the government, UN, and so many non-profit organizations who are working dedicatedly round the clock. But there is no inequalities are increasing, and it is not in India. It is there very much in China. It is very much there in many of the developing world and even in the developed world. It is the very difficult parameter to be achieved so far as human tendency is concerned, but it is extremely important that it has to be taken is the most important parameters of sustainability. We need sustainable cities. We need habitats to be livable. We want zero carbon cities. We want zero water cities. Cities are normally, consume everything. And what they produce waste water, waste gas, and waste liquid. Cities are defined as parasites in ecological term. A parasite always receives, never gives back anything good. And so cities are like that. They consume all kind of good resources. Cities need milk. Cities need vegetables. Cities need food, very qualitative food. Cities need oxygen. Cities need forestry products. Cities need everything nice. And in the return, city produces huge, unimaginable quantities of waste, waste water, effluent as well as sewage, huge gaseous pollutions, that is air pollutants, and huge solid waste, which produces greenhouse gases and all toxic and livable unacceptable elements of toxicity. So how to make these cities sustainable? And communities are extremely important. In village areas also, there are also the small habitats, and we need to see that they are in balance. I am adjusting my time, so I need to move faster. Responsible consumption and production is extremely important. It is largely with our behavioral practice and our attitude. So we need to behave responsibly while consuming anything. Indian society used to be a very responsible consumption society till now. But slowly we are adopting waste and going through difficult times. And also, if you even now today, if you visit New York, in the midnight or at 2 o'clock in the morning, you will find many of the buildings in the both sides of the roads are switch on. Is somebody is working there? No, they have carelessly forgotten to switch off their offices. This is irresponsible consumption, and we need to learn how to behave, and we should have positive attitude. Then climate action is extremely important. You know what India has committed recently in Glasgow. I was along with Indian delegation and Prime Minister. What we discussed there and declared in the interest of the country and the planet, we are not responsible. We have not contributed to generating huge greenhouse gases. The planetary gases during industrial revolution is generated by developed nations, but we want to be a leader in part of the solutions, and we are trying our hard as a civilization. Indian civilizations has always climate friendly lifestyle they have led, and you don't forget, each of us perform certain duties, certain activities since we get up in the morning till we go to the bed. All of our activities has to be carbon neutral or carbon minus. It has to be minimum emissions are to be done. There are many ways of doing a thing, and we need to find out which kind of way of doing things is emitting more carbon. We should not do that. This is itself is a very big area. IST and Carbon Minus India is working hugely on this, but we don't have time enough to discuss that. Life below water is ocean. Our oceans are crying. Plastics have choked them. There are, if you fly from the west, from Japan to west coast of the America, the entire Pacific Ocean will find full of plastics. You will not able to see the ocean's color, the water color. It will multicolor, it will be seen, because all the plastics of the planet are resting there, and it is expanding from there to the other part of the world. And we should not forget, we have created plastic, and now plastic is questioning our survival. So we need to mindfully use it. Technology is available, solutions are available. Our sea life, we should not forget, ocean is producing much more oxygen than the trees on the forest here in the land is producing. The ocean trees, the ocean plantations are producing more oxygen. But the ocean creatures are dying. The dissolved oxygen level of the sea is going down, and so we need to be very particular. The coral reefs, you know how Australian coral reefs are vanishing away, and we also lost many of them in Lakshadweep and others. So this is a huge problem. Life on land, this is forest, wetlands, and which is full of life. And we need to protect and increase our greenery for our own survival. Yes, I will be concluding another 3-4 minutes. So peace, justice, institutions, you understand. Partnership is extremely important. We need to come together and partner among ourselves. This I am not going through in detail. This is what our Prime Minister has committed. He has told India is having 1/6 of the humanity. So what India does, it matters to the world. And we are very particular. We are doing our bit. We expect others to do their bit. And there are all SDGs, how it is implemented and what are the problems. and what is the commitments. We have many government programs as well as various sectoral things. Now comes the analysis. Sustainable Development Report 2021 is published by Cambridge, and it's all of you must see this document. This document has produced a recent one, is the 7th edition, and it gives what are the status of implementation of SDGs in UN member countries. And India is unfortunately in 120th position, 120th position out of 165 member countries. And India's score lies at 60.07 out of 100. There is a huge competitions, and there is a measuring technique. There is a process of evaluations. So please visit this report, which I have given you in my presentation. And there are, again, Niti Aayog, we at IST is collaborating, helping them. In Niti Aayog, we have India's SDGs evaluations, how it is getting implemented throughout the world. And every state has a score, and some states are doing well, some states are not able to do that well. So I am not going to explain you details. This is the most important, all of us must understand. Out of 17 goals, 16 are tabulated here. Partnership is excluded, the last one, because that is nothing to measure there. And the one, life below water, that is fish, you can see here, there no data is available. Except this, all rest 15 datas are there. This is 2020 data, this is 2019 data. So this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4 SDG, this is poverty, this is no hunger. So how India is performing in which parameters? There are 4 ranges. One is 100 to 100 is achiever. Front runner 65 to 99, performer, and another is aspirant. So this is 4 category. It is very nicely, very clearly self-understandable. This is Niti Aayog's report, which got released in last July 3rd. It gives India's position state-wise and union territory-wise. These are the state scores. I'm not going big to lack of time. Which are the top 5 states? Top 5 state, Kerala is number 1. Number 2 is Himachal Pradesh. Number 3 is Tamil Nadu. Number 4 is Andhra Pradesh. Number 5 is Goa. So how their ranking is done, and which are the region for which these states have scored more, all are available. And I could have explained, but I'm afraid I don't have time for that. Last 5 states are Bihar, Jharkhand, Assam, Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan. The least sustainable development goals implementation is done in Bihar. And last 5 to last is Rajasthan, 4 to last is Uttar Pradesh, and Jharkhand is the second from the bottom. So union territories have got better scores than the states. Top union territories having best indicator, SDG indicators, Chandigarh number 1, Delhi second, whereas those UN territories are not doing well, Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. So these are again for every goals it has been analyzed. These are very nicely explained in these graphs, where it is a rising trend, where there is not enough change, static, whereas something there is a declination. You can go through this. Then what are the challenges? we have problems in defining indicators. Financing SDG is a major bottleneck. India needs $14.4 billion to achieve 100% SDGs by 2030. We are afraid we have that amount of money. So all of us need to spend money, give our time and come together. Government alone cannot do. Monitoring is extremely important and ownership is very important. Please visit this Niti Aayog report. IAST and CMI, Carbon Minus India, we are working together with different think tanks, communities, and UN, United Nations, and governments. So all of you are invited, those who wish to collaborate with us and work together in this great mission. I would like to again thank all those who has invited us, and particularly the Vice Chancellor, Jamia Hamdard, and the wonderful partners like GMHA and CliMed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for enlightening all of us on the UN Sustainable Development Report from Cambridge and from Niti Aayog. It was a wonderful session, I would say, and you have covered almost all the aspects, all the Indian rankings and the global rankings. So it was a wonderful talk and wonderful session for all of us. It was a learningful thing. So thank you very much, sir, for your great topic and great work actually you are doing through the IAST. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Jamila.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I think in the beginning, when you spoke about societies coming together to promote change, but also how human greed has led to the consequences which nature has to face, was very enlightening. So thank you for that. I would now like to invite Dr. Indrajit Ghosh. He is the Global Chairman, MSME, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of India, and the Chairman, Environment and Climate Change Committee, ICMEI. So I'd like you to address the summit, please.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone. Can I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Yes.
Okay. I'm Indrajit Ghosh, Global Chairman of MSME Chamber of Commerce and Industry of India. First of all, I must thank Mansi for inviting me to speak in this wonderful platform regarding sustainable development goals. Mr. Panigrahi is a very good friend of mine, and he has already explained all 17 goals in such a elaborate way. So there is no need of touching that again to spoil the time. I will tell you about what MSME is doing for sustainable development goals along with the government. As per the Indian government of India is concerned, they are going to make a sustainable sustainable park from Delhi to Bombay. There is we have a rail line from Delhi to Bombay along with the cities, but now the different Delhi to Bombay, which will be 220 kilometers shorter route through the rural areas, it will start touch 5 states: Delhi, Haryana, MP, Gujarat and Maharashtra. So in one side, government of India is making smart villages or smart cities, and the other side is sustainable park of different industries like in healthcare, in recycling, waste management, logistic park, and automobile park. And you will be happy to know that 65% of the land has already been sold out. But it was taken by the Indian companies also as well as the foreign companies, and we are constantly in touch with the foreign companies for making India initiative. And after the flight starts, they will come and register their name here. There are a lot of companies from China and from other parts of the world wants to put up the plant in India, because we have to understand one thing: if you will make any product in India, it is more profitable than the same product will be made in any countries across the world. That's why all the car manufacturers, all the mobile manufacturers, they are coming and making their larger plant in India. As for the government of India is concerned, the government is very much serious about this 17 sustainable development goals, and we all have to achieve, we all have to contribute in different ways to achieve this sustainable development goals by 2030. And we as a chamber, we are helping the industries, but not only the MSMEs as well as the middle class and the corporates also, for implementing all these sustainable goals. We are already attached with several universities and business schools and some associations also to put forward the sustainable development growth. And being a chamber, we are also in conducting a very big global mega event on sustainability and Atmanirbhar Bharat from 25 to 28 April at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi, where speakers, 160 plus speakers will be coming across the world, and 50 plus ambassadors will be there, 15 ministers in 4 days, and it will be a very big program. And we are also on sustainability, we are releasing a conference souvenir of more than 200 pages with writing of all stalwarts, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan, doctorate people have written. And then it will be a very big networking opportunities for the industries. More than 600 industries will be joining, and almost 60 to 70 associations are also joining in the conference. So I will also invite Mansi and your whole team also to come and join us, so that you will get a very good I mean, what you can say, since the program is depending on the topic of sustainability, so it will be a great networking place. And I will not take so much time because I got 10 minutes time to speak. If anybody have any questions, anything, I can answer directly.
Anyone have any questions? Please, you can go ahead with the questions, and Sir is here to answer. If anyone wants to interact with Sir.
We are also coming out with a report on sustainability through the collaboration with PwC, which will be published at the time of the conference, and which will go to 60 plus countries soft copy, and in India hard copy. So thank you very much. I think nobody have any questions. If anybody have any questions, they can write to me also on email. I'm always there to reply as early as possible.
Yes, sir. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, we'll also forward it to you. Okay. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and also telling us about the great work that MSME is doing. Thank you for your time. I'd now like to invite Dr. Sandeep Marwa, founder and chancellor, AAFT, University of Media and Arts. He is a 7-time international record holder in media. He has produced of 3,000 short films, giving opportunity to more than 10,000 filmmakers around the world. So if you could please say a few words.
Thank you very much, Jamila. What a good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here on this webinar this morning on such a wonderful topic, Sustainable Development Goals, probably which is the hottest topic all over the world today and cannot be missed by anyone, actually. Let me extend my heartiest thanks to Jamia, Hamdard, and all the other organizers for calling me here and giving me this beautiful opportunity to express myself. Let me start with 2 lines. कि बुरा जो ढूंढन में गया, बुरा न मिला कोई, जो मन खोजा आपना, मुझसा बुरा न कोई. The fact is that we spend a lot of time in criticizing others, amending, altering, finding faults in others. If the same time is used to rectify your own acts and deeds, trust me, the whole city will be in the best of the position, the whole country will be shining, and the world will be in the safe hands. That's what I've always believed in. I'm recollecting 2 lines. कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर, भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर, पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये, मेरे यत्नों से करुणा कर. whether it is north, south, east or west, whether you're in India or abroad, whether you're on the top of the hill or you're standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden and looking at some colorful flowers, or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth. But the fact is, there are two things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these two things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. On this very auspicious day, let's pray. Hey, Lord, give me good thinking, give me good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. That's what I believe, and I'm sure you will also believe in the same. I remember I was a kid when I was about to start my work and trying to get into a professional world. My father told me one beautiful line. बोले कि बेटा तुम अपनी घर की दरवाजे से जैसे ही बाहर निकलोगे तुम हैरान हो जाओगे कि जब नजर घुमा के देखोगे तो इस देश में अभी बहुत कुछ होना है. I couldn't understand what exactly you mean. Then I tried. I went out of the house on that particular day with this kind of a statement. And when I started looking out, I was amazed to see कि सड़क बननी है, नाली साफ होनी है, पौधे उगे हुए हैं, बल्ब टूटा हुआ है, स्ट्रीट लाइट का, पेड़ गिरा हुआ है. And I realized that there's ample to be done on this earth, in this country, and especially in my own city. And why not to jump and start doing for it? I'm going back now 30 years back, and we never waited for United Nations to start SDG, trust me. But I'm so thankful to United Nations for creating SDG, because all my thinking and my activities has been streamlined according to the 17 points, which I'm already doing from last 30 years. And as and when I got into professional world, I started my studios in Film City, Noida, and I created large number of social segments, activities, organizations, and started working simultaneously on that. I made it a point on the very first day that if I am going to earn some little money, portion of my income must go to the development of my nation. This is a kind of a spirit you need it, because then you need to be a patriotic and nationalist. I mean, to think like that. It's very difficult, I know that. Because everyone thinks about making his own wealth, properties, and set up and bank balances. But nobody thinks about that the most important bank is the properties, the assets, the country, what you're going to leave for your grandchildren. And we have forgotten today that we become so selfless creatures that we've been actually ruining the resources to our best, and forgetting that what we are going to leave for our grandchildren will be nothing, and they might have to live without air, without water, without probably vegetation, which are the three very important free services Almighty has given to all of you. Well, coming back to the subject, the fact is that we have 17 segments today at Marva Studios. All the 17 segments are working wholeheartedly. The minute I got into media, I realized that my responsibility is much more than a common man. I am a soldier, and I have to work for my nation, and I have to work for the promotion of my countrymen. And obviously that time there was no word called SDG. But then I today realized that automatically all my activity has already been divided into these 17 segments, and there is hardly a segment where we are actually not working in this whole affair. Well, I'm very happy to start with. I got into education, and I'm very happy that the 14 colleges we are running and the university which we are running has now have separately formal all the 17 segments in every college, and Marva Studio, which is a family of 20,000 media professionals, is not only working in Noida, Delhi, but in 145 countries of the world. Because each member of the alumni of AAFT is a part and parcel or a member of SDG program today. And I'm so happy that I need more people even to consolidate that what all we are doing all over the world. I'm very happy that we created a World Peace Development and Research Foundation where we wanted to bring education and peace together to move forward in a parallel line to cover all these 17 points of SDG. So ample is being done, and ample is being done every day. And whatever we are doing, we have started with I'm lucky that now we have 3 radio stations, Radio Noida, Radio Raipur, and I'm in Mumbai right now to open my Radio Mumbai. And the 3 radio stations are absolutely working to promote SDG programs, and not only programs, but people like you who are promoting SDG programs. So we have created a special cell, a special slot for people like you, and we would love to invite you all on these radio stations to come and speak about SDG, whatever little you've been contributing to the welfare of the society. And luckily, we also have a mstv.co.in, an online station. I can comfortably say OTT platform, and that has ample space to highlight the SDGs program. Very important. Now, whether it's about the poverty, about the hunger, about the good health. Now, when I said good health, I must tell you that it's been 30 years, it's been 28 years we've been promoting yoga, and we are one of the 8 people who have pursued Honorable Prime Minister to convert the 21st June as a World Yoga Day. I mean, that's the kind of a contribution International Chamber of Media and Entertainment Industry, where I'm the president, has given. And we've been training, we have trained more than 20,000 people in yoga. I'm just giving you few tips that you can do as an even individual. You can do wonders and can add to the SDG program. You need not even to have an organization. As an individual, you can do wonders. The only thing is that you have to have intention to do something good for the country, for the people, and for this whole affair of United Nations. I'm happy that we have created, like, for example, I've created 100 environment committees. In every committee, I am invited to be a part and parcel of the management. That's my first step. The minute I enter into this kind of organization, I say, I'm going to be your mentor or a patron or a president or whatever designation you're giving me, subject to if you today start environment committee in your organization. And there I go first. This is a kind of a force you have to develop at an individual level to create the awareness and actions into the society. Very important. And I think as Sir has so well explained all the 17 points, and we need not to go and repeat all that because now it's been printed, it's been published, it's on net. And I'm happy that I've also been nominated as a global ambassador for SDG program. And I have created 196 international committees, out of which we have reached 145 countries, because what my relation, India's relation with that country also includes the SDG programs. So all these forums, what we have created, they are working day in, day out. And I'm sorry, I'm not the person who is going to get restricted to 8 hours working. I myself work for 12 hours, and I see to it that all young people must work for 8 to 10 hours, 11 hours, so that more can be actually completed in shortest period of time, because that's what is needed. And I have categorized people now because I'm working and I'm watching and meeting large number of people. I'm happy we have already reached number 2 crore, 20 million people through these programs, through 20,000 my family members, and I have created 3 lines for people that they must listen to. कि काम शुरू करते नहीं भय से नीचे लोग, मध्यम तजते बीच में देख विषम संयोग, पर उत्तम वे लोग जो हर दुर्गम पथ झेल, दृढ़ता से बढ़ते कदम बाधाओं को ठेल. The fact is that people who are lazy bums, who have 100 excuses for one small little job to get into SDG, I have categorized them the C-class people of the world. They are the downtrodden people of the society today, let me tell you. And people with little push and pull may start a little work, but the minute they see a bit of the hindrance, they try to run away from the battlefield. I have categorized them as a B-class citizens. Par uttam ve log jo har durgam pate chhel. Who are the people who belong to first class today? people who have a zest, enthusiasm, excitement, goals. They want to work for the nation, for the people, for the community, for the welfare of the society. People who have goals, who are hardworking, honest to their profession at least. I have categorized all of them into the first class. And the most common thing which I have found in all these people is that they have a very strong determination. And that is what is needed today. Develop, my dear friends, a very strong determination to support the whole SDG program. Otherwise, trust me, your grandchildren may be suffering from each and everything what you've been actually enjoying today on this earth. Very important. And I'm so thankful to the organization, especially United Nations, where I'm the ambassador myself. And I'm now the patron to IFUNA, the International Federation of United Nations Association. There are about 650 organizations in India which are associated with the UN. And there is a mother body called IFUNA. And luckily, I'm patron in that. And I see to it that every day, at least 2 hours, I am spending in promoting SDG programs one way or other way. Now, there is a huge family which we have created in the country to promote all these programs. I'm not getting into the 100 programs which we have launched, because that will take me another 1 hour to speak about it. But I'm happy that I have been given an opportunity in this beautiful, powerful webinar to speak few words and express myself. Thank you very much. And before I close, let me give you one more line. Ke swayam vidhata hove manav. अंतर में विश्वास जगाओ, चलो न मिटते पद चिन्हों पर, अपने रास्ते आप बनाओ, अपनी आत्म ज्योति पर निर्भर सूर्य स्वयं बन जाओ. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you brought some great energy to our summit. And thank you for encouraging. I think all the youngsters who are a part of the summit have definitely gotten motivated to contribute more to the SDG goals. So your point of doing that, making sure you do that, I think for today, it's 100% done. So thank you. I'd now like to invite our next speaker. Dr. Ajay Rana. He is a renowned educationist, a researcher, an innovator, a strategist, and a committed philanthropist. Currently, he's the Vice Chancellor of Shobit University, Meerut. Before that, he has served Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida for more than 20 years as Dean, Director, Professor in Computer Science, and Engineer, and Senior Vice President. Dr. Rana possesses deep organizational ethics, equality, and believes in holding the hands of every individual who wishes to succeed in life. So we would really request you to say a few words.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you to all esteemed panelists, those who are, I'm the physical and the virtual. It's my honor that Mansi invite me for this forum. And after listening Dr. Sandeep Marwa, I have met with him many times virtually. So, sir, namaskar to you. Dr. Indrajit Ghosh, sir, namaskar to you. Dr. Aditya ji, and those who are virtually joined this the world. Yes, sir, you are truly said. Abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. Aur eh manus to kahe ki chinta karta hai. Because we belong to this Kali Yuga. And a lot of the person explain about the Kali Yuga and all these things, how we implement their ideas or impose these ideas to one organization to the other organization. My point with respect to 17 SDG, that we like the Indians, not about that implement these SDGs right now, but during our Gurukul education environment system, the education system around thousands of years ago, we implement all these things. Like in the virtual platform, we think about the listening or the virtual education, but we are witness about our traditionals that Dronacharya give the education to the Eklavya in the virtual mode. We find that this time we adopt some goal by the UNO, But my point is that with respect to this education system, if the government said during the NEP 2020, there's the one window, there's the one agency. Sir, in our country only, we are in the around thousands of universities, around 30 plus IITs or NITs or the central universities. You know, then the NIP, is there any person from the IITs or IIMs? So first we think about there's the protocol, there's some prototype we make. That system may be adopted by the top institutions of our Mother Earth, or we call the Mother India. Yes, that is a very demanding. And I said that we Indians follow the system that is in our blood. We are so fast to learn all these things with a limited time. Why I said to you, sir, Dr. Indrajit, sir, during pandemic, you know that our literacy rate with respect to digital marketing or the digital awareness about the Indian parents, only 30 to 37%. But during pandemic, you know that the parents of the student from the class 2 or the pre-nursery, they are more aware about how to adopt and how to use these technology for their betterment. And right now, during pandemic or end of the pandemic, we realize that our digital awareness about our India is more than 67 to 70%. Sir, in our country, we are not educated to them for the second class, how to use the mobile phone. We are not educated to them how to use the MS Team or the Google Meet or some other platform. We are the person. I request, I think there's a one disturbance. Can you mute yours? Thank you. So we have witnessed that how we adopt all these things very fast. Yes, there is a mandate by the UN, but it is our responsibility. There is a mandate by our country as well, our Honorable Prime Minister, that we change our education policy very fast. And if we incorporate all these things in our education system, then sir, you will find that around more than 80% of these SDGs you will find in our existing curriculum. I request you all from the platform that first make a prototype, not apply like to the all, like in the thousands, around 30 or 40 thousands of colleges. End of the day, you realize that we are not up to the target. The government of India identify at least 10 to 20% institutions, those who adopt first and make the next and third by the second or third level. So that is with respect to our education system, because we are ready. Like we are the deemed university or the private university, they are very fast to adopt the system. But what about the affiliating institutes? Around thousands colleges, they are affiliated like RTU, Guru Gobind Singh in the first university, or the Karnataka Technical University, or APJ Abul Kalam University. So we all are ready to adopt for the future of our country. Yes, our Indians are so brilliant, that why the acceptance race across the globe is very fast. With respect to this system, SDG or some other human values, like that work, we are in the Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga means the Kalaka Yuga. Your way of expression, your way of communication, your way of presentation. So my best wishes are with all the esteemed panelists, all the students, guiders, educators, and the first make a prototype, at least not compulsory to all, because if you go with a rural place, you find the correct education delivery. Thank you, Mansi ji, to provide me this opportunity to interact physically with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia, Hamdard. Sir, you are so humble and kind that you receive me from your busy schedule. And thank you all those who are present here to listen me. That is my opinion. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Namaste, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, on throwing some light on what the educational systems can do to contribute towards the SDGs, or like you said, any other human values. I'd now like to invite Miss Sonia Hussain. She is a prominent actor, model, anchor, and television personality from Bangladesh. At the moment, she's engaged with anchoring 3 shows, as well as many upcoming acting projects. She is an activist and works on spreading awareness about equality and inclusive societies. Before she does share a few words, we'd like to showcase her work called Beyond Bangladesh.
I'm visible. Can somebody confirm if the screen is visible, please?
No, Gayatri.
Not yet.
Yes, it is.
Yes, the screen is visible now.
Is the SDG 4, I believe, is central to all the SDGs, and that is why Bangladesh government and our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we all want education to be the vehicle for achieving all our goals, and we want all our children, regardless of whether they're special need children or they're from underprivileged areas, underserved areas. We want all of them to have good education. And the world is talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Here we want STEAM, science, technology, aesthetics or arts, and engineering and mathematics, because we want them to become good citizens of not just Bangladesh, but of this world, and make this world a better place for everyone.
In the rural areas of Bangladesh, where I work, more than 20% people are living below poverty line. You won't believe that their daily income is less than $2, and half of them are women. They are the victims of dowry, child marriage, domestic violence, and whatnot. I, along with my team, are making sure that they are achieving financial freedom through entrepreneurship, because financial freedom is must for everyone.
In Bangladesh, I think there are 2 very important populations for whom we should ensure good health and well-being. Children under the age of 5 years and our elderly population over the age of 60 years. Every single one of them should have access to good nutrition for healthy lives, clean environment to live active lives, and definitely access to all vaccines to ensure prevention of infectious diseases.
To have a better living and to have a better life is not synonymous. We can have a very comfortable and luxurious life outside, but we may not be happy and feel peaceful inside. Whatever we are doing, whatever we are chasing, we can. But what about our inner world? Are we content? We don't feel the bliss, which is natural to us, because we are so much lost in doing in the outside world. That is perfectly okay. But when you don't have your inner peacefulness, you have missed life. I would like everyone to take a moment and look inside and start feeling life from within. Meditate and feel life.
Bangladesh realized
more than a decade ago that we have to take action for climate change, to deal with and address adaptation, mitigation. Bangladesh has come up with many solutions, and we invite the rest of the world to come and learn from us, because we are known for the adaptation work we have done, for the early warning we have done, for women's leadership in disaster risk reduction, in emergency. We will all be safe if the planet is safe. We must work together to provide the young people, women and girls to make the decision, to make choices and transform this world. We can all work together for a better world. It is possible.
One of the SDG goals is about reducing inequality. This can only be achieved when we are given equal respect and equal opportunity in every field of work. I believe every child is special and want to be loved and accepted the way they are, just like a man or woman.
I wanted to wake up as a rose, and so I did. But little did I know I would be plucked petal by petal to be left bare and sorted. With these two lines, not only Bangladeshi women, but women all over the world would be able to connect with. I, with my stories, want to make the others, especially the women, draw inspiration from my characters so that they can turn their dreams into their realities. And with their shine, we will walk, and we can walk shoulder to shoulder so that we may pave ways for others to follow. Cheers to all women out there.
We Bangladeshis are a strong and resilient people. Unfortunately, we have been exploited for centuries in so many ways. I teach students from rural Bangladesh online every day. Our students, especially the girls, are learning how to code. Some of them are becoming graphics designers. I know young people from the villages of Bangladesh who are working as graphic designers and earning as in dollars. And I question, are they given similar wages like Canadian graphics designers? Are they becoming the new exploited garments workers in the digital economy? We're one of the worst victims of climate change without causing it. But do we have strong institutions to hold the biggest emitters responsible? Social justice education teaches us about peace, inclusion, and justice.
In order to demand and earn equality, creating that awareness is the key. Let's figure out a way to be financially and emotionally independent. Once you have achieved the basics, let's now make sure you have a seat at the decision-making table. Create space for yourself. Do not apologize for your ambition or that loud voice of yours. Because remember, the empty seat you're leaving behind, somebody else is sitting in and making the decision for you. And that may not be to your liking. Once you're super successful at what you do, then it won't take long for men and women to work side by side at home or run the world together outside.
We need to have formal, institutionalized education in the arts along with science and technology. Literature, philosophy, music, cinema, theater, poetry, they all need to be taught. This cannot be neglected. And I urge the community, please come forward and rebuild this area with strong teachers and role models. In the race for development, let us not forget the humanities, which builds the human and teaches us how to be compassionate, loving, inclusive, aware and awake and wise. Only then we can aspire to reach our highest potential.
It's been about 20 years that I'm in the entertainment industry. And what I have figured out is that we can flourish even way more if we, along with the government and private companies, will invest in this sector, create training opportunities, and of course, decent work environment. As through cinema, our future generation can carry forward our glorious history, our culture, our legacy, which will eventually play a huge role in the economic growth of our country.
Bangladesh is one of the most densely populated countries in the world, with over 160 million.
is imminent that we need to ensure the safety of our future generations, enabling them to develop a community-based activities with over 38% urbanization rate in Bangladesh. I think it's one of the most important aspects that legislators and community and activists needs to work towards a better future.
Being a witness in the front line of climate change in Bangladesh, I have seen how embankments have broken and salt water has seeped into the fields and affected drinking water. Millions have been impacted. How are we going to ensure that they get good potable water? And that is also not enough. We need to ensure that there is no contamination of water. So Friendship has made floating latrines to minimize this, because contamination of water leads to such health issues which are sometimes quite irreversible. And we need to ensure that this potable water is reaching the millions along the coastal belt. I lived in Silicon Valley for 20 years. I saw the rise of personal computing and how technology can not only be an enabler, but also an equalizer. I returned back to my home country, Bangladesh, with the dream of democratizing technology, especially for women and youth in marginalized areas. In order to do this, it was important to solve the digital literacy training or skills needed for these women and youth to embrace technology. And of course, address the financial inclusion challenge that we currently face. Any problem of the mass can be solved leveraging technology to create a transformative impact. We need to do a bottoms-up approach, solve a small problem at an affordable price, and give the citizen a service that they need. To address the unmet and unarticulated needs of these marginalized citizens, technology can be a game changer.
My favorite goal is goal 12, responsible consumption and production. And for two reasons. The first reason is when you achieve goal 12, you achieve many other goals simultaneously, be it on poverty, on hunger, on water and sanitation, energy, cities. Second reason is that each of us can personally contribute to that goal by not wasting food and water, not wasting electricity, not traveling where we don't need to. Let me quote you a few figures. 1/3 of the world's food that is produced is never eaten, actually goes to waste. And yet 700 million people go to bed hungry each night. 1 in 4 people in the world is either obese or overweight. So the next time you leave half an eaten tomato on your plate, think twice. Think about the water that went into its production, the energy, and the labor that went into its production, the cooking, transportation, and your eating. So the best way to put it is putting it Mahatma Gandhi's way: live simply so that others will simply live.
Thank you so much for this beautiful video. And I think everyone would agree with me. It was absolutely amazing. We now request you to say a few words, Sonia.
Thank you so much, first of all, to GMHA and to all of you, Mansi, especially Mansi, for arranging this Global SDG Summit and this inviting me on this platform where I can, get in touch with all of you brilliant people who have been working for so many years, and really looking forward to the segment in the evening, which is around, I think 6 o'clock in Dhaka's time, which is on gender equality and reduced inequality. So I'm really looking forward to that. But I'll just keep it very short because I think I've taken already 12 minutes on the video, which I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll just quickly share a short story about this video. So it was a concept idea which suddenly popped in our head 2 weeks back by Mansi, Gayatri, and me. So we just thought, this is the first time I'm coming on such a platform. So as many in my country, they know me as an actor, producer, a content creator. So I thought I might as well show my country. This is a great opportunity for me to do that. So, we just suddenly planned this just 2 weeks back. And honestly, last 2 weeks, I couldn't even sleep. I slept for 4 hours because these were all very prominent and busy figures in Bangladesh, which was so I had to really rush through and get them, and I just edited it day before yesterday, and I'm glad to see that it turned out really well. So thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to the panel discussion at 6 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Sonia. I think that video was absolutely amazing. So all your efforts were worth it. Thank you for sharing it and editing it last minute. I'd now like to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Aditya Vidyasagar. He has a rich experience of almost half a century, has evolved in him a communicator with skills of listening what is not spoken and seeing beyond the visible. Learning from his own practices and packaging them into a product for strategic development is one of his many USPs as a professional practitioner, trainer, coach, and mentor in the field of CSR, developmental communities, community development, and capacity building. He is a UNDP-trained Leadership for Results facilitator at its first Asia-level 4-day residential workshop. Aditya strongly believes in treating education and health as the two key elements, which affects the GDP, especially that of developing countries. His passion for continuously mending the process of development has carved out of him some prime communication products like MMC Plus, a communications extension methodology, which is being practiced by the development sector across the developing countries. Avid Approach, the action-oriented visual implementation dynamics, a mental action platform for building methodologies for CSR and practicing grassroots communication. The social corporate development linkages is the most popular of his products, which is being utilized to benefit the government, social and corporate sectors to plan, produce, and place social responsibilities through his consulting and facilitating forum, Vidyasagar Associates. During the 90s, he has been on a board consultant, information and communications to UNICEF for the state of UP and Bihar, advisor to the director information, UP and executive consultant, corporate communications to the Department of Industrial Development, government of UP to brand and position the state as the most preferred investment destination. He has also worked with many prominent organizations in the corporate sector like PepsiCo, Airtel, and many others. Presently, he holds the position of co-founder and executive director, Worldwide Social, Let There Be Space for the Earth to Breathe, and advisor, Academy of Competence Exploration. So we would invite you to say a few words. Thank you. Sir, you're on mute.
So you are on mute, yeah.
Is it fine now?
It is, thank you.
Thanks so much for your so kind words. And similarly, I would like to thank Ms. Mansi and Katriji for their untiring efforts and keeping me in mind to be a part of this wonderful, wonderful platform. It's so many nice people, so many great work which they are rendering. I'm really great. I feel indebted to all these speakers who have so far been shared their wisdom with us. That's really great. Our chief guest, Dr. Shrikant, and Dr. Mayank Agarwal, Mr. Indrajit Ghosh, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, wonderful quotations which he has rendered. And he actually, I feel like belonging to his field in filmmaking. I've been doing it for BBC Beyond 2000 group and all, much earlier in the stage. And of course, Mr. Ajay Rana, and what a great work which has been rendered just now by Ms. Sonia Hassan. I mean, wonderful. I really, and I got insight into the Bangladesh and other parts of the countries, and I can relate it with so many in India. I mean, I'm really thankful to you for giving us this insight. And Dr. Ajit Singh, wonderful. I mean, the kind of things which he had mentioned and the kind of the work which he renders is great. I'm so happy about it. I would like to just share my feeling about the whole thing because they are so close to me. I mean, earlier it was CSR, then came, earlier it was MDGs, then CSR, and then SDGs, and I feel indebted to and thankful to my gratitude to God that I've been a part of it and very close to it. The few things which I would love to share, that the state of polity in any political ambience, no matter what, anywhere around the globe, outlines the implementation approach of attaining the OOPS. Yes, if you can get it right. By OOPS, I mean the objectivity of the purpose. That's the whole thing that we all work for. And I would love to seek the attention of our younger generation that they must, they often say oops, but they must relate oops to the objectivity of the purpose, not the oops the way it is said so. And once we focus on objectivity of the purpose, it makes it easier for all of us, to the beneficiary, and even not only the functionaries who are running the job, but the beneficiaries who have been getting the rewards. Even for them also, it becomes sense, as one of the goals says, the actual consumption. They learn to consume anything in an apt manner. Thanks much you all for being inspirational, especially for the Gen Next, for joining us here for this novel event, which in fact is readying forums to serve a noble cause. And that cause is leave no one behind. So greetings of the day, everyone. My name is, as Jamila said, Aditya Vidyasagar. I'm a very humble scholar, actually, even now, to learn basics about the art and science of my own tool, Community Connect. I mean, there's something which has really given wonderful responses all over the state of UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, and a few other developing countries, which connects people. And so I'm learning my own tool, from my own tool, amidst a bouquet of guiding principles learned from the luminaries during the inaugural session, just before me, and the discussions that are to follow. As I've seen the agenda, they're wonderful. As Ms. Sonia also mentioned about Goal 5, and I mean, this is going to be amazing. I mean, and this is one of the very few webinars globally, which I have attended recently. I rank this in the top 3 globally. A wonderful job done by Ms. Mansi and Gayatri. So amidst all these discussions and the talking and the experiences which are being shared here is enriching me with applying them and following them, adopting them in my future work. So here I'm trying to attempt to brief about an approach which works well to engage communities, both. When I say communities, it's for functionaries, community of functionaries also, and the beneficiaries also, which aims to enhance our ability to help sustain the impact of all our efforts in attaining these SDGs fruitfully. So in a way, here I wish to share a key making our combined efforts noteworthy is that starting with the 5 Ws and 1 H, I believe most of you would already know, and especially I would like to seek the ears of my younger generation, that you must always follow 5 Ws, 1 H. And it comes handy in various aspects, numerous ways. Primarily being the strength of communications. It is the crux of engaging and aligning people to, including all stakeholders, that's leaders, policymakers, activists, public at large, community people like you, workers like me. I mean, it covers everyone. So as we know that, what are these 5 Ws? Most of you would already know, but I'll just brief it here. So what we know that what needs to be made available for whom, accordingly, by who, where, and why, put together makes the action agenda, which incidentally as a vision and mission of this summit. This also suggests the same, that We need to make our efforts action-oriented to attain all we need to through the SDGs, which makes it further simpler. That the attempt is to create awareness about UN SDGs among stakeholders across the globe and guide them about how they can contribute individually. That's the crux. Because first of all, whatever be the methodology, unless I in me is not ready to adopt it, probably I'll not be able to do justice with it. So first of all, we need to believe in this thing which we are going to do, and then we can follow and help others. Now here, the word helping others is not actually helping. It is actually something which you are doing correlatively. I mean, if you find someone happy and that situation makes me happy, so it is actually for my own benefit, for my own cause that I am doing. Certainly, we should assume and deliver it like that only, and do it timely. That's very important. So that makes the delivery process, outcomes of the delivery process, very fruitful. Since all of you who are present here are already aware of the summit's oops, as I said before, objectivity of the purpose. Therefore, the focus be on rather aligning to SACs. Now here SACs is, you're not sacking anybody, but it is to sensitize the communities. That's SACs. So many have opined, through my practice, I have realized, and many people have said so, and that motivated me to keep improving upon that the Avid Community Connect, especially to implement SDGs, is an effective tool to sustain the impact of whatever you render the globe over, no matter where you are. You are a family, we are in the same globe. We are just we can call our places by different nations, the names of the nations, that's it. But we are all one. So here the AVID, I must explain, I'm calling AVID not many times. AVID stands for Action-Centric Visual Implementation Design. Now this is something which can be rendered better by the people who has been there. I mean, if you have already have the experience of the domain that you are talking about, you would do better. I mean, in India, most of you must be aware of, if you tell somebody a route, so before simultaneously you're explaining the road map, कि आपने इधर जाना है तो ऐसे जाइएगा, फिर वहाँ ये पड़ेगा, वहाँ से बाएं घूमिएगा. तो in response, how he normally responds, हाँ देख रहे हैं. आप उनको बता रहे हैं, you're just trying to explain, and he said, हाँ देख रहे हैं. That he's visualizing what you're telling him. So his visualization becomes handy when he has been there. So ones who are already practiced in the field and knows about the job, they would understand better. So applying AVID approach needs a little bit of action orientation in the field at the ground zero level. And this has been supported by another beautiful methodology called MMC+. That's mass motivation and convergence of services which are to be given. So once the beneficiary receives it, get benefited out of it, he keeps on promoting it, motivating others to take part in it and be benefited out of it. So the people mobilize people. So the plus factor here is that people mobilize people. That's MMC+, mass motivation and convergence of services. And the plus factor is that people mobilize people. Now connecting these dots, if we combine these tools, which have been very result-centric and quite promising, if we connect them together to reach out to the segment by identifying the needs and to accordingly deliver the desired. Whatever is my requirement, if I'm given that, I mean, that makes sense and that makes me feel happy. And once the beneficiary gets happy, functionaries obviously gets happy. And it makes a better world, a happy world for all of us. So what does one go for? How can we do it? Simple. On-ground learning has made us understand that orienting individuals to adopt it, capacitate oneself because he gets so much motivated that he would like to love for it. I mean, so many of you who have done their own particular jobs, you love it because you like it. and you are with it all the time. So you keep on improving and keep on giving results and keep on benefiting the world. So the world's best plan is to visualize a thing that you want to, you are at this place and you want to go there. And then if you can visualize all what is going to be in between, that's going to help all of you. Let's say maybe how to end poverty. If I take this a task to me, or I can take how to reduce inequalities, as the goal 5 would tell us, how to tackle climate change, which is the most necessary, most important thing today. And likewise, so the case to be cover all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with their respective indicators. So all stakeholders to know that we all are bound to make this planet peacefully prosperous. That's the crux of the SDG and all the effort and all our working going around this only. So these goals might attract, I mean, various different things. Goals attract partnerships, ensuring responsible. I'm trying to relate that how these goals are connected with each other. I'm trying to connect the dots. Partnerships ensuring responsible consumption and production, generate decent work and economic growth for taking care of good health and well-being, life below water, clean water and sanitation, climate action, life on land, about peace, justice, and strong institutions affordable across the globe. So we require industry zero innovation infrastructure, thus reduce inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, and no poverty, so zero hunger. That's the aim that we all work for and give our blood out. Now, it's simple that how does one go about it? One wonders how do these 17 SDGs can help create a sustainable working society, and also how to involve and evolve individuals, contribute to the entire process, and to inclusive towards the youth. That's the focus, because that's the Gen Next. We call it Gen Next. Our responsibilities. We are going to hand over responsibilities to more responsible people, and these people are far better than us because their understanding levels, their connectivity is great. The only thing which we as seniors have to take care of, that they get the right direction, the right time, and they move on. That's our responsibility. To make them more responsible is our responsibility, that we guide them so that they move on the right path. And they understand that what is all required and that is achieved. So we need to make them grow with a sense of achievement. So that's our responsibility that we need to see. And that's how the globe is going to survive well. Often we get tangled in a kind of a situation that we need to come out from. I mean, sometimes we get zapped into something where we don't understand at once that how to come out of it. So the best thing is that we need to adopt an approach. For example, they start pouring primarily in 2 ways. I mean, basically the methodology which I'm going to talk about is the sense of it evolving. It came to me like there was a task. So there were 2 questions, and most of us, all of us have it most of the time. Delaying practice or defer the crisis. If whatever is coming, and I'm already occupied with so many things, अच्छा ये आ रहा है इसको देखेंगे, छोड़ दो. But देखेंगे keeps delaying it so much that it becomes a crisis. So how to handle that? To work out a solution which is as close to perfect as possible. As I said, there's nothing is perfect, but I believe that we should reach to the point where we just a few steps ahead of the perfection. Fine. Now this process streamlines our development-oriented mind into a ready-to-greet and face the issue mode. I mean, we get to set ourselves into a mode which is ready to greet no matter what kind of crisis is there. Currently, as you see, the Ukraine and Russia thing is getting over. I believe it will get over soon. Ready to greet and face the issue mode. That should be our approach. And that approach comes from another, as I said earlier, the action-centric visual implementation design. Earlier, I used to call it dynamics because I want to go faster, but then I realized, I need to give time to others to settle down well. So I call it design. So now this is action-centric visual implementation approach. Yes, and who can perform it? As I said earlier, that if I have the experience, if you want to taste a cake, you can only tell that taste once you have tasted it, right? So undoubtedly, the one with a ground zero practical exposure and experience will be able to tell it better. So let our experience come into play here, helping to visualize the impact of the action, which all of you are taking in your own ways, that we apply basis all parameters of all good goals and also the ones which we want to add on. Don't confine these 17 goals into these many parameters. We can add on the parameters. Nobody is stopping us if we feel the need of it. And I have introduced one more thing, and I find it very good. I'm very happy about it. Any particular parameter is not aligning with any kind of a need on ground. What I do, I pour it into the universal basket. And what is that? Goal 17. Where you need to evolve partnerships, you have to get people closer, put in that basket. So I call it a partnership basket. You put anything which you don't find here. You put there and you start applying your mind. Follow these approaches if you can. I'll be there for you. And let's make it happen. Especially filmmaking, as this was my first love, actually. When I was in my 10 plus, I've been writing scripts, and those writing scripts have taken me before the camera and then behind the camera. And 75 television came to Lucknow. Before that, it was All India Radio, and most of the All India Radio executives went as PACs to Doordarshan. And then I got a chance to do certain films for BBC and 2000 Group also. That has given me a very different kind of an exposure. That has given me opportunities to meet people, meet the people which I could never think of. Sonia and Marwa Saab would know it better. That how you meet, the kind of people you meet, both sides. The ones who need services, the ones who can provide services. And then you need to coordinate to bring them together, tackle them together, and put them together for each other. So being with and that has actually brought me into the social development sector. And all this exposure and my deal with it, I've been working with my heart with it, made me a strategist out of it. So now I'm into strategic communication, and I utilize my strategies for no personal gains. I would love to see that how two people can come together and how one can use his or her talent, how productively it can be done. And there's so many stories around. There was a kind of a conference that people have organized once in Mumbai about identifying topics to make documentaries. I said, you go around, open your eyes, and you find stories all around. So that's what I wish, and I hope for our film fraternity also, for our communication fraternity also, for our development sector, and of course, academia. Academia is the backbone of making our younger generation somebody who would be very proud of. So all students here, my special request, be focused and take every minute, everything to contribute something. Dedicate yourself to your nation, to your respective nation, because overall, globally, we are all one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing us. And I think this has been an underlining theme throughout the summit, where everyone's encouraging the younger generation to take action, which is very true because we're the future. But thank you so much for that. I'd now like to invite Dr. Hina Hamid to introduce the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Jamia Hamdard.
Thank you, Jamila. It's a matter of great pleasure and honor for me to call upon the Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard, Professor Dr. Mohammad Afshar Alam, a well-recognized figure actively engaged in teaching and research for the past 25 years. His research areas include software re-engineering, data mining, bioinformatics, fuzzy databases, and sustainable development. He has several research papers and books to his credit on this subject, including smart and sustainable approaches for optimizing performance of wireless networks, real-time applications, and green automation for sustainable environment, to name a few. A leading sustainability thought leader, he is known for his philanthropy and selfless service to the society. He has been conferred with many prestigious awards like Bharat Samaj Ratna Award, AMP Award for Excellence in Education, Cooperative Citizen Award, Spardha Shri Award, amongst others. He's also a member of various policy-making government bodies at both the national and international levels, including UGC, NAC, DST, IST, etc., among others. I request you, sir, to kindly address the participants.
Thank you, Hina. Good afternoon to all distinguished delegates, professors, academicians, faculties, and students. I'm delighted to welcome everyone to the inaugural session of Online Sustainable Development Goal Global Summit 2022 in collaboration with the Global Mental Health Association and CliMed Research Solution. I extend warm welcome to Dr. Srikanta K. Panigrahi, the Director General, Indian Institute of Sustainable Development, New Delhi, Dr. Mayank Agarwal, Managing Director, IMT Group of Institute, Dr. Indrajit Ghosh, Global Chairman of MSME CCI, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, Founder, Chancellor, AAFT University of Media and Arts, Dr. Ajay Rana, Vice Chancellor, Sobit University, Ms. Sonia Hussain, actress, activist, producer, Bangladesh, Mr. Aditya Vidyasagar. The wonderful lecture delivered by all the guests of honors, especially Dr. Sandeep Marwa has given, and Dr. Aditya Vidyasagar has given wonderful lecture how to correlate the work of SDG to the society. And Sonia Hussain's delivered a wonderful videography from Bangladesh. So here the Indian know that how Bangladeshis are working, and now their present GDP is better than other countries. So this is also a wonderful video presentation by Sonia. So the adoption of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 sustainable goal was promised for multilateralism. This can be accomplished through an inclusive and transparent process, which can engage governments and non-governmental actors from all around the world. As 2030 draw near with just over 8 years remaining, it is time to take bold and transformative action to accelerate the implementation of our commitment for sustainable future. Today, the United Nations continue to play a key role in promoting sustainable development, peace, and human rights in the quest to create a better world for all through a global dialogue and collaboration, which has resulted in landmark international agreement. Dr. Panigrahi also discussed in detail about the all 17 SDG goal from no poverty, zero hunger, which I don't want to repeat again, the quality education, gender equity, clean water, sanitation, up to the peace, justice, strong institution, and partnership for the goals. The beauty of the above goal are that everyone can contribute, and every contribution, small or big, will make an impact on our world. In current scenario, the goals are shaped in business environment, educational institutions, and each and every sector for the better. The Paris Agreement alone helped open to US $23 trillion in business opportunity for emerging market for climate smart investment, working primarily in developing and transitional countries, as we see the impact, both of negative impact of the changing environment and the growing inequality, but also a positive impact of the goals that and how they are helping to create a better opportunity for the local communities. The environmental sustainable economic growth is another name to the concept of sustainable development, the goal of which is to achieve harmony between the environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and socio-political sustainability. The sustainable development also encourages to us to conserve and enhance our resource by gradually changing the manner which we develop and use technologies. All countries should meet their basic needs of employment, food, energy, water, sanitation. Everybody is rightful to a healthy, safe, and clean environment. This can be easily achieved by reducing pollution, poverty, and unemployment. India as a nation is entrepreneurial and at the apex of change. With India being world's youngest country, its youth need to be engaged in early and action to create and sustain a long-term momentum that can help the country target to a drive sustainable development goals action. More than 70% of the world population lives in cities. Cities already consume 80% of global material and energy supplies and produce 75% for all carbon emissions. We live in a world that is becoming increasingly complex. This complexity will continue to grow with the accelerated pace of technological change and globalization. We as a citizen should unlock market business for innovative, sustainable products to get cost-effective, energy-saving solution and reduce deforestation to make our environment carbon neutral. We should restrict to use of renewable resource and substitute them with non-renewable resource. It means the rate of the extraction should not exceed the rate of regeneration. We cannot have a decent work and economic growth or a food security without the first taking care of the environment, that is the land, forest, and ocean. If we can achieve these 17 sustainable goals among us, we will make the world more prosperous place for all. During the summit, the eminent speakers all over the world have expressed their valuable input regarding policies, sustainable solution, methods, review, and challenge to achieve the sustainable development goal. The Global Summit shall be the platform for the student, scholars, researcher, economists, academicians, experts to discuss and the work in the area of sustainable development goals in future. Thank you, everyone. Have a great learning experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for covering everything discussed so well and so precisely. I would now like to call upon Dr. Zeenat Iqbal for the vote of thanks, after which we'll play the national anthem and we come to the end of our inauguration.
Thanks, Jamila. I trust I'm audible.
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. What an eclectic mix of oratory going on and absolutely diffused with a knowledge base and whatnot. It is indeed an honor to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of Jamia Hamdard's first Global SDG Summit in collaboration with Global Mental Health Association, GMHA, and CliMed Research Solutions. On behalf of my university and the entire Hamdard fraternity, GMHA and CliMed Research Solutions, we heartily express our gratitude to all the speakers, guests of honor, and chief guests for sharing their graceful words and invaluable experience with us in today's sessions. It has been a great honor to host all the members and audience of this virtual meeting. It had to be in a hybrid mode, but because of the reasons which are known to us, it had to be converted into an online occasion. I'm thankful to all the participants for coming here and enthusiastically attending the summit. We had a whopping number of registrations to the tune of 713, and in the initiation of the session, we had around 340 logins. We are sure that these sessions will be well populated as we proceed towards the beginning of this day's deliberations. We have been fortunate to have a renowned identity like Dr. Shrikant Panigrahi himself, who imparted such sagacious insights, doing a great job of making us aware of SDG. What a wonderful presentation, sir. Thank you so much. Addition to this, I would like to thank Professor Asim Ali Khan Sahib, albeit in absentia, who had been a constant support to us and had graciously agreed to be the guest of honor. He could not join us due to a personal exigency, We are with him at this point of time, mourning his father's demise due to our protracted illness. Allah bless the departed soul. Ameen. We wholeheartedly proffer our gratitude to Dr. Indrajit Ghosh Sahib, who has been really kind to be with us, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, who indeed set the ball rolling in the real sense. What a pleasure to hear you, sir. And primarily, I call the group of Class A as a little bit more club. These are the people who will do a little bit more and then make a difference. Thank you so much for introducing you to that concept where we all will aspire to be the Class A citizens and not the B and C. Thanks a lot, sir. मध्य में तो नहीं रहना है, आगे ही बढ़ना है और A class में ही रहना है. So that's what intention of all of us here is. I will also go ahead to thank Dr. Ajay Rana. And it was, I think the universe conspires to make happen good things. So Dr. Rana landed at Jamia Hamdard, and we had the good fortune to meet him in person. He delivered his lecture from the same seat where I am sitting. And incidentally, we came to know for the first time that he had the same interests, same areas as our Honorable Vice Chancellor Afshar Alam Sahib. That was a great meeting, and it was a pleasure to have him here. We really thank him. He has just left for his journey towards his university. Sonia Hussain, what to say? I think it was indeed a pleasure, an insight which we had about your beautiful country, the type of work which you have been doing all over. And within this short duration of time, what a pleasure to have all the people from all the realms and actually making a difference to this conference and summit. Thank you so much. Allah bless you for your all efforts. And I think it would be a wonderful session which we are going to look forward to, which would be very soon hosted. I think Bangladesh time, 6 p.m. if I'm not wrong. I would further go on adding to acknowledging the presence of who other than Dr. Aditya Vidyasagar. What a humility, what a way to start with. He calls himself as a scholar, and that actually tells everything about him. So the way he has been used the word oops, and then making an impact to the generation next. We usually say oops is like, oh my God, what's wrong? And he says it's objectivity of the purpose. And then going further and using the sacks, which normally will have a negative connotation, but it was a wonderful sensitization of the communities. What a wonderful way of impressing upon, sir. Thank you so much. We are absolutely honored by the presence of all people who had taken out time and were with us, who shared their knowledge, experiences, and views for the collective betterment of the society. I must express a profound sense of gratefulness to all the guests. I'm afraid I've not missed out any names. All the participants of these meetings who have inspired. And I would, on behalf of the whole community who is sitting with us now, that it was absolutely inspiring words, highly sparkling words, which are received with a lot of humility, sirs and ma'ams. I would also like to express our gratitude towards a person who is leading from the front, a person who has interest in all things which matter to the society. I am sure you know who I am talking about. He's no one else but our very honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Afshar Alam Sahib. His unflinching support and guidance throughout the program and all instances which happen here is always a great, great motivation. I think Dr. Ajit made a mention that when we talked about this conference, he did not blink his eye, and he said yes, whatever mode. And he was very keen to have it along with the Registrar Saab, who is the chair of this program, to have it in an offline mode. But then Allah wished otherwise. So I thank you, sir, for being with us as the leadership. The great leadership at Jamia Hamdard and patronage of the Chancellor Janab Hamad Ahmed Sahib is actually helping us carve the much inspired geography of excellence. We indeed can never thank them enough. Furthermore, I would like to thank our Registrar Sahib, who is always the person behind the curtain. He is the one who is the real driving force and helps us have the things the way we want them. Mr. Saud Akhtar Saab has been instrumental in seeing this event through with much panache and elan. Our revered deans, principal, and HODs of the various schools and departments, I thank you all. I thank our teachers for their leading supervision and inspiration at every point of time. Thanking my colleagues is as inane as thanking my own self. Yet I put on record the immense support I got from Dr. Hina Hamid, Dr. Sapna Jain, Dr. Javed Ahmed, Mr. Rahil Beg Sahib and his team, and particularly Rajesh Pandey and Anil. I'm sure that university, GMA, and climate research will continue to get significant provisions from these diverse groups in the future and bring out some tangible changes. The success of program, any program for that matter, is undoubtedly due to the enthusiastic participation of our audience. I trust we have students in large numbers who have joined and across country and the globe. We thank them profusely and request them to benefit from the deliberations to be held over the next few hours and rather 2 days. They are actually the people who will change the world. These are the next generation who are going to get the legacy which our people have started now. So they will be the agents of change, I'm sure, inshallah. Of course, it is not possible to thank everyone for such an appreciating involvement and the willingness they have expressed to finish the tasks. I would have to end my vote of thanks, but before that, I have to put on record the efforts taken by Mansi, although she was a bit indisposed. She was telling me that she was not here 100%, and I am telling you all she was there 200%. And then we have Gayatri and Dr. Ajit Singh and his team. That's a wonderful thing. I really want to clap and applause for the same, and that actually goes without saying. I think all the people, the great speakers and the intellectuals were only wanting to say one thing, which our father of nation has already said long back. And that is what I quote: the world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. So we have to be very sure of this fact that it was said to us long back. We have to just sort of revisit it and then put it into action by whichever way we can. I do believe that alignment to SDG goals is just a magnification of the age-old dictum of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, just a means of remembering it again, that yes, it is the world is a family and nothing else. It all crystallizes to one humane cry, Kisi dardmand ke kaam aa, kisi dubte ko uchhal de. Nothing more and nothing less than this. And that is nothing but being Hamdard. If you are in reality Hamdard, everything works accordingly. You have to continue to being Hamdard, aligned with the national goals, progress on the global level, and I'm sure the Karwa and the tribe will grow. I end with, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग आते गए कारवा बनता गया. Allah bless this tribe. And this was the dictum and the motivating thing which our Hakim Abdul Hamid Sahib had always told them. It still is with us. Karwa will there be, let us start doing it. Eklo chalo, Sonia, if I'm not wrong on it, it's the way it is said. Thank you so much. Allah bless us all. Over to Jamila, and then I take.
You are on mute. You are on mute, Ms. Jamila.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that thank you so much, Dr. Zeenat. That speech was absolutely captivating. I think we all were all ears. And now we'll just stand up for the national anthem. And now we've come to the end of our inauguration. Thank you everyone for being a part of it and contributing and making it such a success.
We meet again at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We meet again at 2 o'clock, ma'am. We have a session.
I'm sorry, we meet at 2 o'clock. Jamila, if you could just reiterate that.
Yes, everyone, we meet at 2 o'clock. It's 1 p.m. in India right now. So in 1 hour, we all meet at 2.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. So everyone can join by using the same link again. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So we
Thanks
can
all.
keep the
Thanks.
meeting on. We will keep
We
the meeting on.
can keep the meeting on. That would be better.
Okay,
Yeah.
that would be
Keep the
better.
meeting on and they can come back. Thank
Yes.
you all. It was a pleasure having you all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Looking forward to see you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Ajit. Are you here? Just give us a minute. We will be starting with the afternoon session. I guess we have our next speaker here. Meghna, over to you if you can start with the introductions.
Yeah, Gayatri. You were not audible. Shall we start?
Yes, Meghna, you can start, please.
Okay, great. So very good afternoon, everyone. We are back again. And this is officially now the beginning of our UN SDG meet. And we'll be starting with our first speaker of the afternoon. And what a great way to start this official event with our youngest speaker on board, Ms. Hasini Lakshmi Narayanan, who is the ideal representative, I think, of our first topic of the day, that is youth empowerment. She, at a very young age of 12, became the founder of The First Step. She has achieved a lot in very short span of time. She's the speaker of EcoFest, Department of Science and Technology, India. She has also been a TEDx speaker. She's a young nutritionist ambassador, ICDS Government of Tamil Nadu. She has been facilitated with many awards, including Top 20 Under 20 Influencer Award, Global Kids Achiever Award, Teenpreneur Award, and Young Achiever Award. She and her team of aspiring youngsters' mission is to motivate the youth to take that first step, that is the initiative to achieve their dreams and goals. On that note, I welcome Hasini to take the floor.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I hope I am audible and you're able to hear me clearly.
Yes.
Cool. So yeah, thanks for the wonderful introduction. Yeah, as introduced already, I am Hasini Lakshmi Narayanan. I am from South India. I am currently in my 8th grade. I'm pursuing my 8th grade in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. So I want to present, a short presentation about youth empowerment and what kind of oriented work I do related to it. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Cool. So first of all, I want to talk about the organization I run. So I am the founder of The First Step, which is a non-profit organization where we aim to inspire, motivate, and empower children. Before moving on, I would first want to greet everybody. Thank you so much for being here today, and thanks for giving me the opportunity. And I hope I justify the topic I've been given to talk about, that's youth empowerment. So since my younger age, I have always wanted to be an inspiration. I started public speaking when I was 4 years old, and since then I've just fallen in love with it and I've been practicing it. Somehow my dad, is a public speaker. He is also an author. He's an entrepreneur. So it's basically like I am following his shoes because I want to be an entrepreneur. I am a teen entrepreneur right now. I'm a public speaker. I'm going to become an author, wherein my book is getting published tomorrow. So when the pandemic started, I realized that I was very I felt very bored. I went into a sudden depression, not going to offline schools, not having so much communication as I, had before. And I started interviewing people. That's, we just did a small concept for Father's Day, and it turned out to be really great. And I figured out that it doesn't matter if it's offline or online to have a social communication and network. So, as I mentioned, I've always wanted to be an inspiration to children and empower youth. So we came with this concept of interviewing young achievers. That's basically interviewing children who achieved at a young age. So this was the concept, and I never even knew what I was doing to begin with. It's just that it was an evolution for me. I just kept developing. I just started getting inspired by the people whom I interviewed. And, it's just that I truly believe that these young children, that's children who achieved at a young age, whom I interview, could be a big source of inspiration for other children, for them to showcase their talents to the world. So in India alone, we have 39 population of youth. So everybody has talents, especially the youth has, to resolve all the problems which we are currently facing. And just one particular feeling which I've always had is that they remain to be hidden talents and they're not as shown. So I wanted to provide the right motivation which will be required, and that's from these young achievers. But I never even knew that they'll inspire me, and I got to know my better self and what I was capable of listening to these people. So as far as for such, I've interviewed about 100+ young achievers. It's been about 1.5 years now. We also have a website called www.thefirststep.com, where we post blogs and all kind of inspirational content. As the host mentioned about me having a team of 20 children. Yes, it's a child-run organization. We have youth to work on different works. We have writers, we have editors, we have people who work for the tech, like the website and stuff. We have people to handle our social media. So it's just more than an organization or whatever a mature entrepreneurial life looks like. It's more like a friendly ambience. And as far as we're teenagers and as far as we're kids, I feel like we have more interactions and also get the work done at the same time. So that's something which I've been following and which I will follow even if I grow up into an adult. So that's basically the story of the first step. We also have a moment called the Youth Ambassadorship, where you directly volunteer into being a part of the first step. Together, we do a lot of social activities like, doing these for the SDG goals to achieve them. So we do a lot of events, seminars, and more oriented stuff like that. And the whole theme is inspiration, anything related to youth empowerment. So that's all about the first step. And if you are in India, you might already know that it's a very, very renowned newspaper. And I'm very, very thankful that I got an opportunity to speak at, an opportunity to write for the Hindu. And I've been writing about 50+ articles so far. And it's been about a year since I started doing that. I achieved my lifetime dream, which I thought would never be possible as a speaker. So I've always wanted to speak at TED Talks because, TED is a huge platform. And as a public speaker, it's been my biggest dreams. And when I came to know that I got an opportunity, I was so beyond excited, nervous, and I was on cloud 9. And so that's the very first time I had stage fear, or I was nervous to speak in front of people when there was only 30 people in a hall. I speak in without any fear, any shy. When I was 4 years old, I speak in front of 5,000+ people. But this time, when I was 13 years old, when I had only 30 people in the room due to the COVID restrictions, of course, and I was very, very nervous because this was a very, very important step ahead for me. So that went on pretty successful. As far as for such, I've done 2 TED Talks. So I recently did my second TED, so which I'm always grateful for again. And I am part of few NGOs which also work towards youth empowerment, and Child Chapter India is an NGO which is currently helping a lot of children, and I'm very grateful that I am the youngest board member there. And recent updates, I am a young nutritional ambassador for the state which I live in, which is Tamil Nadu. So yeah, that's pretty much it about me. It might sound a little pathetic, pretty long, but I don't want to, take the time just talking about me. So rather, I want to talk about youth empowerment more because that's my responsibility here today. So this is a very, very personal favorite story of mine, which sounds really simple, but has a great impact and a message to it. So this story begins with a simple question. So there are 5 frogs which are sitting on a lily pad, and one of them decides to jump off from that lily pad into the pond. So my question is, if you can tell me how many of the frogs are still sitting on the lily pad? So I can repeat it if you would want me to. I guess you can either put it in the chat, or even if you're willing to, you can, yeah, all 5. If you can possibly also tell me why it's the particular number you want to choose, that'll be really helpful. And I'm always open for crazy, enthusiastic answers, because I've got, 6 frogs, because, one frog came out following the other frog. So it's just a very common story which I share whenever I am into a platform. So yeah, feel free. There isn't anything right or wrong in here. Remain sitting. All 5 remain sitting. Yeah. Okay, so I'll repeat the question if I wasn't clear by any chance. So there are 5 frogs which are sitting on a lily pad. One frog decides to jump off from that lily pad into the pond. The question is, how many of the frogs are still sitting on the lily pad?
Confused.
Sorry?
Sorry, I just missed you speak so brilliant. I was just listening to you. I missed the whole thing on frogs. So what's the question again?
Yeah, it's okay. So there are 5 frogs which are sitting on a lily pad.
Okay.
One of these frogs decide to jump off from that lily pad into the pond. How many frogs remain to sit on the lily pad?
So one jumps off, so obviously 4. But I can say, yeah, am I wrong answer?
Well, yeah, I guess it's time to break the answer. It's actually 5 frogs.
Yeah.
Well, according to mathematics, according to what I've been educated with when I was in 2nd grade, it's supposed to be 4. Because obviously 5 minus 1 is 4. But the reality is that there are still 5 frogs sitting on the lily pad. If you clearly notice, I mentioned that it decided to jump off from the lily pad. Now, we can all relate the same scenario and situation into our lives too. As a student, every morning I wake up desiring to complete my homeworks. But the question is, do I complete it by end of the day?
Right, decided. Okay.
Yeah, and it might we all might have a similar experience of trying to finish a task by the end of the night or by end of the evening. But the question is, do we actually take an initiative to finish it?
Point. Yeah.
Right. Right? So
yeah, I feel so yeah. At the moment, but I can be as crazy as you are right now, so it's fine, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's that's the frog story which I simply mentioned about. And so the message I'm trying to pass on in here to everybody, which includes the youth too, is that nothing happens when you just decide or plan to do it. Everything happens only when you yourself take an initiative to perform and master it. And moving on, it's always about that single step you take in your life towards your passion. And it's not about thinking to take that step or when to take it or waiting for the right moment. So just go for it. Never think if what would be the consequences which you might have to go through, or if you get benefited out of it. Just enjoy the process and trust the process. So which is commonly used sentence, I believe, by most influencers. So yeah, that's pretty much it about the frog story and the message which I'll be sharing today about the first step. So this is my YouTube channel. So that's how I pretty much started, with zero expectations. I just had plans to improve it. I got suggestions from people. Half the time I didn't know what I was doing. It's just that I wanted to keep on taking my next step. thinking if it works or not works. I just have always had a mindset to make it better, even if it was in the least possession. And yeah, so that's the mantra of the first step, which is there in the slide. This basically, when we came up with the organization, we wanted it to be very systematic, and we wanted to have a logo which goes with it, a mantra which goes with it. And when I can immediately think of is how a person becomes successful, and for that success, what matters the most is their first step which they take, and figuring out what they really like doing and what gave them happiness doing. So we came up with this mantra, which I find very fascinating personally. Moving on, yeah, so now for youth empowerment, I want to share a mantra. I mean, you can say it as an ultimate success formula, because that's how I call it. So this is maybe a tip, or maybe you can use it as some sort of improvement. So this is a success strategy which I've noticed people doing, and which I've seen from them, and I've structured it into a whole thing. And people have told me that it might or might not work out, but I feel like it's really, really interesting to hear. So that's why I put it up in here, and I hope you like it too. So to begin with the question, it's already exposed, so I'm not able to shoot the question. So it's goals. So the very first thing when you want to become successful, or you want to achieve something, I feel like you have to figure out what your goal is, what your main goal is. It's not about if you want to become a doctor, it's not about scoring good marks to become a doctor. Your main goal should be becoming a doctor, right? So figuring out what your true happiness is very, very important. And also figuring out what your main goal is important as in such. And probably I'll tell you why written goals is very important. And there was a survey which was done in Yale University. Most people know about the university, but if not, it's one of the top 10 universities in USA. And yeah, now moving on, this survey was done on how many students studying in the Yale University had written goals. And after the survey, they found out the shocking results that only 3% of the people in the Yale University had written goals. So I was even amazed to hear what happened after. So 20 years later, they went back to the same people who studied in 1956. And, they surveyed on various schemes and topics, but one important scheme which they surveyed on was their wealth. So the 3% of people who had written goals, they accumulated 3 times more wealth than the 97% combined. So that's the power of written goals. And I want it's a request to today's youth to figure out what they really like doing, what gives them happiness. And one thing which I want to put on very clear is that this is 20s, this isn't early 90s or before the independence, wherein women were not allowed to be educated, you didn't have many opportunities, you didn't have source of technology. Man, today's parents are supporting every single child. If not, maybe you might some are in situations like that, but most parents are ready to support children. But one thing which you all got to do is just voice out and tell them that this is what you like doing. And I feel like most parents will definitely support you and encourage you to do it. So yeah, figure out what your goal is. That's the very first step you got to take. The second thing you got to do is I'm going to put it as a question to you guys. What is the second step you got to take if you have to become successful once you plan out your goal? Am I being too fast? Can I repeat it? So, I'm just seeing your reaction. So then I figure out that maybe I'm going too fast. So my question is, once you figure out what your goal is, what's the next thing you think you should do, or the next thing you did probably?
Basically, it's take the first step,
The
sure,
step is obviously basically, go, as you said, not just decide, but actually start planning out and go out there, be there. That's it.
Right. But yeah, that's pretty much close. But before the first step, that's the action which you should, there's something else which you got to do, which is, as you mentioned, planning.
Planning.
So I go with a better term, strategies on how you can, actually make it more better, organizing your work. So, which I feel is really, really cool. And when I heard about this term, strategies, I was very confused of what this was. And people told me that it's something which makes you feel unique, something which shows your true potential. Like, I didn't get it in the first glance. And then they go like, see, you have a YouTube channel. And I go like, yeah, 1 million people does. They do have a YouTube channel. But what makes your more special and more unique from others? So that is strategies. So you just, strategies are those which make you stand out different from the other markets, from the other people around you. And strategies are something which is going to help you make, your life easier and better. I guess that's something which I can use. So then you take your first step, obviously, that's action. And when I was doing a survey again to find out how many people actually shoot their action, I was amazed because only 10% of the people shoot their action after planning their goals and strategies. So anybody can have goals, everybody can have strategies, but executing them is going to show whom you truly are to the outer world. And I really, really want to put this forward to both the parents and the children to encourage, motivate your child, or even it can be anybody, it doesn't only have to be children. Taking the action is going to be the source of result to everything, be the goal or the strategies. So yeah, just don't stop the midway. Then you get your results if and whether you achieved your goal or not. So if you did achieve your goal, then it's success, right? But if you don't, there are 3 kinds of people who take it 3 ways. So the first set of people, they give out all sort of blames, excuses, and complaints. So let's go back to the example which I gave in the very beginning, that's to become a doctor. So let's say my goal is to become a doctor. I plan out my strategies to choose the best NEET center. I score good marks, and I choose one of the best science and art colleges in the city, and that's my thing, and I get my results. So if I don't score good marks by end of the day, I guess this is something which everybody has done in our childhood, be it me too. That's, Mama, you took me to a family function the other day. That was the only reason for me not to score good marks in my exam, right? So that can be one of the blames, excuses, and complaints somebody can give. So the same way, the very first set of people give out blames, excuses, and complaints. The second set of people whom I name the TRY category. So there are, a set of people who say, right, never ever give up. I'll keep trying more harder and harder. But, they just don't realize that if they use the same thing, if they keep doing the same thing again and again, which they already know that doesn't work out. So I'm basically talking about the strategies which they've planned. They follow the same strategy, they take their action, and they get the result. When they already know that it's not going to work out and they do the same thing, what will happen? They'll again fail, right? But there are another set of people whom I figured out is that they always say that there are no failures, only feedback, who learn from their failures and change their strategy, take their action, and get their result. And one day they surely are successful. So now it's your choice to decide if which one among of these people you want to belong to. And I'm pretty sure it has to be the third one, which is no failures, only feedback. So this is a very, very powerful term, which I truly believe that has so much value to it, because no successful person is successful without facing failures. So this is a very true fact, which I believe in. you might have a lot of hurdles, you might have a lot of challenges to go through. You can't become a billionaire overnight just sitting on a laptop and working. Of course, even if you become a billionaire overnight, someday you'll get bankrupt. Someday you might go through a lot of issues. So yeah, just that one thing which you always have to notice, one thing which youth lack today is once they know that something is not going to work out better for them, they quit immediately and take on the next possession to work on, which you should never do. Try to get better and learn from your failures. Let me tell you, when a person fails, that's when they know what they're actually doing, what they are supposed to do, how they are supposed to correct it, what they're not supposed to do, and what can make that job better. So facing failures, you should rather take it as a lesson rather than being very, very depressed and just leaving all the stuff which you've done before, the effort which you've put behind, and quitting directly. And a lot of people have proven this statement, and I just have a few people lined up in here. So this begins with the founder of KFC, Colonel Sanders. There is another statement along with "there are no failures, only feedback" I want to put in up here, which is "age is just a number." So he became the founder of KFC when he was 56, I guess, if I'm right. So it's even when I go to people, when I meet new people, they're always amazed to hear that I'm 13 and I do my schoolwork and I'm also an entrepreneur. But most of the time it annoys me because I've met so many people, hundreds of children who are entrepreneurs just like me when they're young. So this isn't new to me. When I realize that it's new to people, it gets really annoying. And for age to be a factor to be successful, it's just so bad. I feel like we've moved from generations to generations. It's the 20s now. You have technologies. You have Teslas flying. You have a lot of resources. And of course, now everybody can do whatever they like. Everybody can, even the gender barrier is, almost being broken. Why do you stick back to the whole, the old thing that age does matters and people are not capable of this or that? So that's another statement which I want to put in up here relating to his story. So he did become the founder of KFC when he was 50. So he failed about 1,000+ times to discover this fried chicken recipe, which is very, very popular in KFC. So when he, it isn't an invention, but let's name it as an invention because it's one of the popular fast food restaurants in here. So when he invented the fried chicken recipe, he tried to travel to 1,000+ restaurants and, checking out whether they can brand his recipe, which would obviously give him more popularity into the restaurant. But he fails every single time and people reject him. But I guess the 1,006th time he tried to get into a new restaurant and approach, the restaurant owner agreed to sell his recipe. And about a year and a half, more than 600 restaurants were selling Sanders' recipe. So this story doesn't stop here. Then using his money which he's got, he reburnishes the KFC restaurant, making it more good looking and pleasantry for people. Now KFC is in the hand of Yum Brands, adding its own beverages like Coca-Cola and stuff to that. And it's one of the 6th largest food chains in the entire world, having about 25,000+ outlets as of 2020. So that is the success story of Colonel Sanders. So that's him who didn't incredibly give up even after he failed 1,000+ times. And this, obviously, more people know about him. He's the inventor of bulb, Thomas Alva Edison. Now, Edison's story is that it's being said that he found the bulb the 10,000th time he tried to invent it. And when the reporters asked him about it, he simply replied saying, I learned how not to invent the bulb 9,999 times. So this is the power of how you can carry forward your life and not being just demotivated out of it. And he also invented the bulb at pretty much an old age, when he was about his 50s or 60s, I believe. Now I want to share another story of Sachin Tendulkar. Of course, he went through so many failures, but people believe that it wasn't possible for someone to play for India at the age of 16, but he proved all of them wrong. I guess I'm running out of time. Let me finish quickly. This is Prisha. She is 9 years old. She already has 3 doctorates, honorary doctorates, and she has about I guess more than 80 plus Guinness World Records. And as you can see, that's all of her awards and medals. It's even more. So that's Prisha. People thought she couldn't do it, but she did it. And getting motivated by these kind of children and these kind of people thought that I wouldn't be able to do TED, but I eventually did it. So age is just a number. It isn't a barrier. And many people have broken it as in such. Just don't take it forward and have an impression that it's not possible for someone to do it at 13, or it's not possible for someone to do it at 50s, as it's being considered as a time of retirement for people. So yeah, that's pretty much it. To sign off. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I'll just add on a few words. I don't know how much time we have, but then again, I'll quickly just say, like Hasini, it's like amazing. You're so inspiring. It's a you're like a breath of fresh air. I've already subscribed to your channel, which is the first step. This is amazing, and there are a few points which you mentioned were so amazing. If I look back, and if I look back into my career in entertainment for 18 years, how I've struggled fighting for gender equality in a place where it's a male-dominated place. I have always tried to voice my opinion, and I've always lost a lot of projects for being very opinionative. And you know how it is in entertainment. They usually not only entertainment, in any field, they usually do not like women who talks a lot. But I think I'm always trying to change that. And I'm coming from a country like Bangladesh, which is already a Muslim country. And women are already taken, looked down upon when you're into entertainment. There's a lot of stigmas that I've been fighting for many, many years. So so as you just mentioned, age is just a number. Sometimes my friends or my associates or peers, or even myself, instead of blaming others, I'll blame myself. Sometimes I even blame myself that, oh my God, is umar mein, at this point, can I do it? It's been so long. But then again, when I see kids like you, I mean, people like you, I feel so inspired. Like, it's age is just a number, and you can start anytime you want. And and that's amazing. You are an inspiration, and you're like a breath of fresh air, and I will definitely get connected to you and speak to you soon.
Definitely. I'm happy with that too. One thing which I've learned in the pandemic is to make social networking and connections. And surprisingly, in about just 1 year, I made about 7,000 LinkedIn connections. So I feel very blessed and
amazing.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Hasini. It was amazing and inspiring. I must urge our youngsters to follow you and to listen to your talks. And your smiling face and voice with full of energy is amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, my name stands for laughter, so it basically means.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye bye. Thank you.
I think we will join the panel discussion now. We'll start the panel discussion now. So Dr. Zeenat, are you there? Or Dr. Ajit, you would like to take the floor?
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you kindly initiate?
I can't start my video. It says the host has stopped it.
Maybe you can rejoin, ma'am, or maybe your.
I can't put on my video.
Okay. So will it be okay without the video? I don't know. Like, is it
No,
okay?
I think no problem. That's okay.
Ma'am, you can, I think still.
Now it is okay, I think.
Now it is okay. Now it is there, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
बंद कर दोगे आवाज अभी? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Internet connection.
You are audible, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Okay, how do we initiate? Are we all there? Do we have all the panelists right here?
Yes, I'm just spotlighting everyone.
Dr. Rathod has also joined. He's here.
So I think I can see Professor Salina with me and Dr. Mahendra Singh. I trust he must be here. Dr. Daksha Sharma.
Yes,
Sylvia
Rathod.
Sylvia is here.
Hello, Dr. Ajit. Yeah, I'm here. Dr. Amos Rathod. So, hello.
Is there a break of voice?
Sir, your video is not.
Just a moment. I will just open it. There's not an issue. The moment it will be starting. Yeah.
No,
let's take. Please take your time. Settle down. No worries.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Daksha, if you could switch on your video.
Okay. We need Dr. Professor Sohail Fatima and Dr. Daksha Sharma. Okay. I think
we have Dean from our law school, Professor Salina, in place of Professor Sohail Fatima. She had an emergency at her end.
Yes.
So she has been kind enough. Dr. Salina is also a panelist for tomorrow's one of the panels on LGBTQ. So she has been very kind to join in for this panel as well. So I can see Dr. Daksha, I can see Carrie, I can see Sylvia, I'm having a little, and I trust Dr. Mahendra Singh sir has also joined.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, fine. And Professor Salina, are you there? If you could just indicate that to me. Hey, Sonia, thank you so much.
Yes, Zinat, I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Zinat.
Okay, fine. Dr. Ajit, how do we initiate? We have Jamila to start over, or I can take over?
We have Mrs. Meghna, I think, with us.
Okay, fine. I got a little disconnected, so I wasn't aware. No worries.
No problem.
Ma'am, otherwise we can take it forward. You can start with the introductions of the panelists.
Hey, Meghna is there. May you please initiate?
Okay. So, warm welcome everyone. So nice to have such esteemed people among us, and sorry for me being a bit flustered. Okay. So our topic today, the first topic that we are having for panel discussion is bridging the education gaps. And I think it's very relevant at all times. So I would really request each one of you to please kindly give your brief introduction, and then we can jump into the panel discussion.
Okay, thanks, Meghna. I think I take this privilege to introduce my own self. I am Dr. Zinat Iqbal. I work for Jamia Hamdard, and I am an alumni of Jamia Hamdard. Then I got an opportunity to work for the School of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. And I am basically an academician and a researcher. And of course, a lot of interest hither, thither, and SDG is pretty close to my heart. So that's it. And I pass it on to Sylvia. If you could just introduce your good self.
Thank you. I'm Silvia Granucci. I'm a primary teacher from Italy and an education influencer. I work in a Senza Zaino school. Senza Zaino is a method which aims to overcome the traditional primary and secondary school and an holistic education that takes into account all the practice, the children, motivational, as well as cognitive learning development, and parents' participation to build a community together. Thank you.
Wonderful to have you, Sylvia. Maybe move on to Kerry.
Hello, everybody. It's a very warm welcome from a very wet Sydney, and I am honoured to be with you this evening. But it's your afternoon, so thank you very much. I've come from education, and I now work in my own business, and I bring together a coaching methodology, emotional intelligence, and leadership. I think they are a fantastic triangle, or a trifecta, as we call it, if you're into horse racing. But it is a wonderful place to be working. And the people that I get to meet, of course, are none other than leaders and their leadership teams, but also those aspiring leaders who are looking for new opportunities to really work on their relational educational skills. And so it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
What a pleasure to have you both here. And over to Dr. Daksha Sharma.
Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Daksha Sharma. I am presently working as Assistant Professor of Law with School of Law, Bennett University, Times of India Group. And I'm a lawyer by profession, also into legal consultations relating to matrimonial disputes, domestic violence, ADR, alternative dispute resolution, arbitration, negotiation, mediation. So this is my web profile. I'm extremely thankful to Jamia Hamdard and GMHA for inviting me here as one of the panelists to speak on education opportunities in universities. So thank you, everyone. Looking forward for brainstorming discussions.
I think we can move ahead to ma'am.
Okay.
Dean, yeah.
We have Dean Hilser with us, and I think Dr. Daksha, you will have a good company, albeit virtually. We have Dr. Salina Bashir here, who very recently joined us as the Dean School of Law, a very dynamic personality and a very dear friend. So over to you, Dr. Salina.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zinat. So kind of you for your loving words. Thank you, Zinat. So I'm Professor Salina. I had my graduation, post-graduation, and research in law with specialization on intellectual property rights. My research was on how to utilize the flexibilities under the intellectual property rights, like on copyright or patent, for larger access to education or access to medicine. So I'm a person who always have a larger public interest, who always believe that the society, the law, everything should be stand together for this larger public interest. So I'm in teaching profession for more than 15 years. Thank you, and let it be a wonderful discussion.
Have with us Dr. Mahendra Singh Rathore. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to one and all. Dr. Ajit, Dr. Daksha, Dean Helser, Dr. Zinat. I can see Sylvia, Carrie. So good afternoon to all of you from the beautiful city of lakes, Udaipur. This is located at Rajasthan, and you might have, all of you might have heard about that. So it's my pleasure to be part of this panel discussion, and that is really a wonderful event that has been organized by Jamia Hamdard and this CliMed Research Solution in collaboration with Dr. Mansi's organization. So I had been a teacher by profession, and now I will not call myself as a teacher. I will call myself as an administrator, education administrator, because more or I'm inclined towards this. Throughout my journey of 17 years of teaching experience, I actually have started my career as a young teacher, then become researcher, then did doctorate, and then now turned into the administrator, education administrator. And during this journey of 17 years, I found there are a lot many things that are still to be achieved, particularly in India, as far as the higher education is concerned. And so far I am working. I'm just sorry for the interruption, and I'm working in the higher education quality enhancement and working as a director of the internal quality assurance cell of the Gitanjali University. This is a medical university having the different courses. So I would be talking brief about what are the quality measures that can be incorporated into the higher education, particularly in India. So with these words, I hope that it would be a great brainstorming session, and all the learned persons from the different domains are here. So it would be good to listen to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahinder, and all of my co-panelists to give their introduction. And I always believe that it is the toughest job to introduce your own self. So you had been all very humble and not telling the achievements of your life, which I would definitely pitch in as the progression of this moderation will be there. So I also have two young buddies with me, as I was like enamored. I was not absolutely sort of not able to connect because of some issue at my end, but the last portion of what Hasani was telling, wonderful. I think coming at that age and having that type of motivation is really will definitely rub on many of us. So we have two of our students who are going to act as rapporteur, and the intention to have them with us was to just bring in them so that they are also aligned to all these very noble sort of missions of the SDG goals. So we have with us Laiba Anwar. Laiba Anwar, if you could just unmute yourself and introduce, that would be wonderful. And I also have Nazim Chauhan with me.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Laiba, you may carry on, beta. Okay, I'll introduce her. Maybe it's a little bit of issue at her hand. Laiba is our very bright student, and she's in the 8th semester. So also we have Nazim Chauhan, also in the same 8th semester. And I would say these are the people who are the going to be the change makers or the agents of change. So I think we start with the panel, and I'm sure.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
Anji?
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
You're there?
We have Somesh Khandelwal with us also.
Acha, we have Somesh Khandelwal. Thank you, Somesh, for joining in. Beta, I was a little not connected with you in the morning. So wonderful. So we have 3 of you. That's a beautiful. Thank you so much. May you please mute yourself? I think I'm extremely sorry for this technical glitch. Anyways, we have to bear with it. The better things are yet to come. So as we move on, I think there is no doubt and there is no sort of disagreement on the fact that the SDG goal, which aims at the equitable education, is something which is the most important thing. If we get educated, then definitely there will be a lot of changes. We will have a little more understanding of many more things. So that actually starts to maybe the beginning of the change. And where does it start? Of course, the primary education. So we all know that it is the most important stepping stone, and this is the most important area. And we have a very learned co-panelist with us in Sylvia, who has really spent and dedicated her whole life towards this particular noble mission. And my first question will be to you, Sylvia. And I would love to ask you that, being a primary school educator, what according to you are the gaps in the system that educators as well as students face in accordance with the holistic growth and equal learning opportunities? We face this a lot at this side of the world. I would love to hear from what is at your end and maybe what is the global understanding of this particular issue. Over to you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Italian educational system has been of high quality in the past. Unfortunately, now the results are not so good. One of its best practice has always been the inclusion of students with disability and special needs. I think one of the most important gaps in the system that students face is that disciplines and subjects are divided and separated, and the students cannot make concrete experiences. Sometimes all the learning process is theoretical, usually far away from the everyday life of our students. Following a 2019 survey, OECD PISA, for which Italian students in terms of skills and knowledge do not improve at all, Indeed, they get worse in reading above all, in the ability to understand a text, evaluate it, and use it within a cognitive and informative path. And the difference between North and South is clear. Where the Italian language is difficult in 20% of the cross-section in the North, it reaches the 44% in the South. Pandemic has affected the entire education system, and young children have suffered the most. We'll be able to understand the real effects in the future, but we can sense the emergency every day. Children are alone, afraid of contact, emotionally confused, and unable to connect with others. The digital competence of the students has increased. However, the ability to work in groups and the inclination to socialize in primary school has gotten worse. So my opinion as educator is that one of our important gap is the lack of abilities to work together as a team. In primary school, it's easier, but as we go higher, the situation becomes more difficult. Can I go on with the education view, or do I have to stop?
You may just you may carry on with your point, please. No worries.
Thank you. So the problems come from the abuse of a common and shared vision of the education system, as well as the learning development. For me, comparison is a way of growing and flourishing. Understanding that we are not alone is the first step, and joining an international community can foster comparison and discussions, can build new alliance and release the effort and the weight of change, relying on the strength of the group. Teaching with an open door allows our creativity and ideas to circulate freely and benefit from the respectful feedback. There is a need for a continuing updating of the contents and method of teaching. But in Italy, the change is lower than in other countries. Our school is still. My former principal, Marco Orsi, who's also the author of Senza Zaino, used to say that Italian educational system is a mammoth. Indeed, it is low, heavy, hardly open to innovation, bureaucratically anxious, digitally archaic. It's a liquid organization, just to paraphrase Bowman. And schools must fix this situation by using strategies for engagement and motivation, improving dialogues among students and teachers. With all the challenges the world faces, it's critical young people become leaders of today. And we do not have to underestimate their power and the things they can do. As the amazing young woman, Assini, who we have listened before. So let's help them balance their new abilities and new words connection. I'm really so honored to be here today because I strongly believe in the opportunity to share our knowledge and ideas so to create bridges for a brighter future. Really, thank you.
Sylvia, it was a pleasure to hear you, and you have really touched a raw nerve that we have forgotten the real world, the connectivity is missing, the digital savviness has increased by many quotients, but we lack something which we call as an emotional quotient. So everything is like in and around the digital world, and it actually has left us bereft of emotions, etc. So we are very blessed to have Carrie with us, and who better than her would tell us about the connectivity and the importance of emotional quotient. So Carrie, if you may just sort of help us understand that how this emotional quotient has to be brought in as a forefront, the learning outcomes will have to be changed in and around it. and you are an intelligence person. When I say intelligence, I mean emotional intelligence, which is actually absolutely not that valued, but it is the most important. We run behind the IQ, but we somehow forget the emotional quotient. So it's the most, and pandemic, and I think thank you so much, Sylvia, for bringing it up, this pandemic issue. This has actually opened up our eyes that it is the real world which matters to us. It is maybe feeling the hand of the other person or connecting with the same eyes. My daughter tells me, don't talk to me like this, talk with your eyes. So if I'm doing my laptop work and I'm like talking to and answering her, she will say, talk with eyes, look at me. So that's exactly what the situation demands now. And would you help us to understand, what do you think is the way forward to increase the EQ in students, and how can we incorporate the same in the systems globally? Whatever Sylvia told about the system in Italy, I think most of the adjectives were befitting this side of the world as well. So we are same humans and we have the same issues. Over to you, Carrie.
Oh, thank you so much. Sylvia, we have a link. We'll have to talk about this later. My husband is Northern Italian, okay? So, thank you very much for having me. Firstly, though, I would like to honour the country on which we are dialoguing, we're sharing ideas, and we're looking towards the future, and honour the elders and past and present, and the owners of the land on which we work and play today. So that's my first port of call. Secondly, I just want to put it out there that emotional intelligence or relational intelligence is not a soft skill. It is they are essential skills. And I think that for me is the absolute kicker. If we have not realized this over the last 2 years with the pandemic, well, then we've had our eyes shut. Our relational skills have made all the difference to how we have interacted in isolation, in sickness, in anxiety, in grief, in huge change, unpredictable change. And so for our students, really passionate about my grandbabies. We have 7 little Australians at the moment, and I feel a great responsibility for not just my grandbabies, but all the new babies being born, maybe being conceived today, being born for our future. We have a huge responsibility as now the elders of our community to actually put our foot forward and work together across the globe to make our humanity sustainable. So I'm really passionate, as you can hear, about this notion of emotional intelligence. So years ago, when I had a position on a curriculum and policy body for New South Wales education here in Sydney, we were asked, the first thing we were asked was to talk about our philosophy of education. It is no different 20 years ago when I did that to today. Our responsibility, my philosophy of education is around these socio-emotional skills and how they complement. Layer those with numeracy and literacy and a sense of collaborative skills of being able to work in teams, being able to unlock and be creative and innovate, to be able to be self-aware of what our emotions do, because we're emotional beings, and be able to understand our emotions so we can understand others, will help us self-regulate or self-manage, be authentic or genuine, be able to make emotional decisions that take into account our emotional data, but also the technical, strategic data, whatever it is that we need. So our emotional reasoning, and of course, being able to influence, being a positive influence, whether we are in a role within our families or a role within our workplace, a role within our schools, a role within our friendship groups or our hobbies or our sports. We are still leaders within our own right. So for me, emotional intelligence was a key. If I had had this information as a young mum, bringing up my 4 children, I reckon they probably wouldn't have as many hang-ups today as they do. I'm joking. I call my children the licorice all sorts. They are free thinkers, they are passionate, they have a core value system, and they are very interested in humanity and sustainability across all fields. So our decision making as adults here, as policymakers, as educators, lecturers, administrators, as people who work out the budgets, those that talk to the ministers for education or the ministers for health and finance or economics, the prime ministers or the presidents of our countries, we have a huge role, and we really can't step back. We actually have to step forward together. We don't all have to have crowns on our heads or beautifully covered in gold. Ourselves, we are the gold. We are the magic that can happen. And together, that's what our kids have to learn about, that together they can learn, collaborate, and seek to understand each other. And I think once we step forward and make a fair bit of noise in the right ways, well, then we're going to have something that's more purposeful and will be a benefit when we are long gone, because we only have a small finite time. So the emotional intelligence world, I love it. It's helped me understand myself. And when I look at your beautiful culture, any of the Asian cultures have a beautiful mindfulness around what they do. And so that's one of the gifts I think the pandemic has really presented us with, is how do we enable our kids, our students, no matter if they're 2 or whether they're 18 or they're 25, or if you're doing your PhD, that mindfulness enables us to actually look at how we want to show up each day, how we want to interact, and how we want to honour the other person. Kindness isn't overestimated. A faith or a belief in a particular system isn't overestimated. And being able to be creative and know yourself shouldn't be underestimated either. And I think that's what we need for our children, and our systems across the world need to actually take the time to listen to each other. And we need to be able to influence the allocation of funds, yes, and opportunity. If we look at why our children aren't learning or why they haven't been in school, we have to think of the difference between schooling versus education and learning. I think there's a difference between schooling and learning.
Absolutely.
So I think I probably talked too long.
No, absolutely fine, Carrie. Wonderful. And then you say, I quote what you said. I really liked it. We are the magic that can happen. And there's a difference between schooling and learning. Yes. One of my former vice chancellors, once we were discussing, and he said that I was talking about my son going to school and I like talking about some other issues. He said that sending him to school is like spoiling him. And it is still sticking with me. And then I take from your little bit of quotations which you said is that one has to make sure that emotional quotient is not a soft skill. It has to be there, and kindness is the driver. So we have to be kind. And again, I come to the same dictum that when we say that fulfilling of all these responsibilities boils down to one word, and that is Hamdard. Hamdard is to being kind and feeling the pain of the other. So thank you so much, Carrie, for your expressions. Very wonderfully captured the way you had been doing the work in this area. God bless you, and may your tribe increase. So we move to our next co-panelist, Dr. Daksha. I will take it forward from where Carrie left, that it is to be understood that The emotional quotient, the education, the schooling, the learning objectives, everything has to go together. You have to take care of a 2-year-old, you have to take care of an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old. So we cannot leave the PhD scholars or the postgraduates from not connecting with this education feel and this emotional quotient and everything. So having said that, and you work in a university and being a professor at a university, how do you think we can bring about equality in the field of education? And this pandemic actually brought this big issue at the front. We talked about digital divide, we talked about so many things. So what can be done at a university level to bridge this gap? Over to you, Dr. Daksha.
Thank you, Dr. Zeenat Iqbal, for this question. Now, when we talk about equality, let's begin with few of the constitutional provisions which envisage the concept of equality. So we have Article 14, we have Article 15 of the Constitution. Article 14 to Article 18 deals with the concept of equality. So it is equality before law and equal protection of laws. So simply the concept of equality is that the state shall not discriminate between people. Okay, when we move forward to Article 15, it says that there shall not be any discrimination on the basis of caste, color, sex, creed, place of birth, etc. So herein the main emphasis is on equality. But like when we see how practically things are working, so it is more or less related to the equality which is present in the mindset. So unless that equality is not present in the mindset, the constitutional provisions which are lying under Part 3 of the Constitution, they are actually stagnant. They actually are not moving. They remain as it is. Even we have provisions for enforcement of fundamental rights under Article 32, under Article 226. But if equality is not present in the mindset, if it is not put into action, these provisions are going to lie as it is. Now, further moving to the specific question being asked to me, that is with respect to equality in educational institutions, that too higher educational institutions. So in such cases, we see that there is application of horizontal and vertical equality. When we talk about horizontal equality, these provisions are well understood that these are there in the Constitution and other statutes, and they have to be applied as it is. But when we talk about vertical equality, the concept says that there are special provisions given to some special set of students or given to some special sets with respect to the provisions of equality. So herein we have some provisions relating to children who belong to the category of disability. We have the cases of special child. But when we talk in the context further of Article 15, we find that Article 15 says that state shall make special provisions for the upliftment of women and child, and special provisions are also there for SC, ST and OBC. So herein we can say that special treatment is being offered to few people, to few sects, like few sections of the society, like women, children, SC, ST, and OBC, and that is the requirement also, because the concept of equality is to bring everyone on the same platform so that they shall be treated equal in all the respects. Coming to the part of university education. So as much as we talk about school education, as what our esteemed panelists have spoken about school education in a context of EQ, that is emotional question. So herein, I would like to further portray that with respect to equality in school education, many steps have been taken. For example, we have Article 21A of the Constitution, which says that there shall be an element of compulsory education or elementary education being provided to children from age group between 6 to 14 years. And this is a fundamental right of every child. Between 6 to 14 years, they have the right to get the compulsory education. And for that, state is moving with provision of many opportunities of education. But unfortunately, at present, we do not have such provision with respect to university education. So we can say that like after 14 years, the state has left the children on their own fate. So now I would further like to throw some light on the various grounds which affect this university education system. So, when we talk about university education, we know that there is huge disparity between the standard of education given by some institutes, and there are existing gaps between regions as far as the education is concerned. Let's talk about a few of these factors. So first one, as I pointed out, that we have regional factors. There is a regional imbalance if we talk in the Indian context. So there is a huge disparity when we talk about the provision of university education in East India, in eastern part of India, and when we talk about provision of education in central part of India or northern part of India. All right. So further, there is a huge gap between the treatment which is offered to various students. So we can start with home treatment also. Family wise also, there are plethora of opportunities provided to one child, but the same child is not getting opportunities. So there is a difference in the family treatment also. So it all depends that what kind of family the child is coming from. It also varies. So this sort of distinction lies when we talk about university education. So there are huge disparities between the regions itself, between the families from where the child is coming from. And then further, we talk about language sometimes is also a huge barrier. So for instance, if I just give you example from my profession that suppose if there is some sort of disturbance. Okay.
Carry on.
I give you example from my profession. Like in legal profession, we see that most of the opportunities are located in Delhi, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope Dean ma'am would agree to this. So because Apex Court is here, Supreme Court is here. So now let's take the example that suppose if a child, if a student from South wants to shift to Delhi for getting opportunities which are here for practice purposes or for any other purposes, then he has to struggle. So there are language barriers also which exist across the country. So no doubt there are people who stand as exception, who break all these barriers and who become successful. So I'm not pointing out at that, but the fact is that disparities are huge when we talk about region, when we talk about language, when we talk about the background of the student. So these are some of the factors which affect the provision of education at the university level. Furthermore, as what I pointed out earlier, that equality is more related with the mindset. So it is not the case that you go to the university or you go to the educational institution and you expect that you would be treated equally in all the respects. There might be circumstances, there might be situations wherein you have to stand for yourself, you have to stand for your right to equality. Now, when we talk in the context of constitutional provisions more, so as already provided that we have Article 21A, but that is limited to school education because this article is for children between 6 to 14 years. On the top of it, we have DPSP also, that is Directive Principle of State Policy under Article 45. And this directive principle, this is not binding, and this merely serves as the directive to the government that the government should act in accordance with the directive principles as provided in the Constitution. Now, this directive principle under Article 45 also talks about provision of early childhood care. So we have this landmark judgment of Unni Krishnan in the year 1993, wherein this right to education was talked about at length, and there is an exhaustive interpretation of the terms like education, that what is meant by education. Furthermore, we need to understand that as what Ms. Bendit has stated, that there is a difference between schooling and learning. So herein we have to figure out that education is not merely for the sake of getting degrees, but education is more or less for developing the holistic personality of an individual. So the emphasis should be to get the quality education, to get the value education also. So we see that, you know, in school curriculum, value education is the part, but in university curriculums, we find that education, like value education, is not given so much space. So herein, like the directive of the Constitution, which is provided under Article 45, and the various landmark judgments of the Supreme Court should be interpreted in the broadest possible way, so that we aim to improvise the quality of the education which is given to our students. So I hope I have covered the relevant points in the given framework of time. With this, I would like to end this speech. Thank you.
Dr. Daksha beautifully captured, and you have brought it to front that what actually our very sort of justified constitution provides us. But again, it boils down to how do we execute it? What are the roles of the stakeholders? How we take it forward? The situation is pretty complex, but I think our way government have taken upon itself to change many things, and the sort of making and then execution of the national education policy had looked into deeply, and maybe its implementation will solve some of the problems which you have raised. Thank you so much for bringing up all these points, and you have really enlightened us. Most of us were not having knowledge of the legal jargon, and primarily now we are into the loop. Thank you so much, Daksha. So we are progressing very well from the primary education to how the emotional quotient factor has to be a thread throughout, right from the childhood to the university, then to Dr. Daksha's perspective. We have next in line Dr. Mahinder Singh. And as you have now absolutely recognized him as a person who is a mover and a shaker at a very nice seat of learning in Udaipur. And he holds very high positions. He has worked for very, very competent departments in earlier stinges of his. And I have a question for you, sir, that what do you think are some areas on which the stakeholders in the education field should focus more on to ensure high quality and equal education to all? Over to you, Dr. Mahinder.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jinath, for this question. And so I would be dividing this thing into two parts. That first, you talked about that what are the about the stakeholders. So let us understand who are the stakeholders of the higher education. So stakeholders would be firstly that the sponsors of the educational organization, that is called as management. Then there would be students, then teachers, then there would be alumni, of course, who are the pass out from this organization, and then peer professionals and parents, and by and large the society and the nation itself. So these would be the stakeholders of the higher education. And now this questions comes, what are the quality measures that can be taken to provide the quality education and the equity in the higher education. So rather I would like to quote one thing that is very appealing to me, and I had been quoting almost in every my talk towards my student, let it be class, let it be any this sort of platform, that I used to say, I would quote the Yeats quote that is known as that education is not the filling of bucket, rather it is igniting the fire within. So ultimately this is the crux of the education. Why? What is the purpose of education? As Dr. Daksha already has told that to make a person capable enough holistically in all aspects, so that he would be becoming more fruitful to the society, and ultimately he would be able to do this thing. So as far as quality, I have worked with the different type of education setups, initiating from the small college to the larger university level. And I have seen there are various factors, but ultimately, if we talk on the ground realities as far as the country is concerned, that I found that there are two key elements, two stakeholders, key stakeholders who can make a big difference. Let it be the quality of education, or let it be the equality in education. The two stakeholders that we all know, that one is the one who will provide the education, and the second one is who will receive, that is teacher and learner, or teacher or student. So I would put rather teacher at the key position, who can make a drastic changes in the whole education system despite of low resource setting. I have seen such teachers who are deprived of resources. Even after that, they have made gems of the persons who are who have become the administrator or the leaders. And you see in the majority of the person, you will find the success stories that who came out from the low resource settings, and then they rise. And somehow you will find out in a speech that almost everybody has quoted that my teacher were having the important role in my growth. And rather, I would also say this thing to my teacher. We were taught by the great teachers, and of course that there was not laptop, nothing recent things that we were having, but still that they have given the acumen. What teacher do actually? Teacher do, they identify the acumen of the student and then make their teachings or their deliverables in line with his understanding, so that he can get the maximum out of this. So this is the thing that the teacher can incorporate. The great teachers do not do the different things; they do the things differently. This is my firm belief. That you see, let it be the primary teaching, let it be the higher education teaching, you will find the teachers who are teaching in a way that a student love to sit in the class, and others are struggling for that to grab the students in the class. So this is the thing, and where the teacher can play the important role. And I would say rather all the policies should be made keeping the teacher in the central position, because lot many things are there, a lot of policy matters are there. They should even their compensation is there. We can see the example of the education at which is model for the whole world, that is Finland education system. There the teachers are being respected like anything. They are given compensated like anything. So this is the thing that the teacher should be given proper emphasis. Being a teacher also, I would advocate my community, and along with that also this is a reality that I quoted in my talk. Then there another thing is that our national education policy recently has quoted that there is a very low gross enrollment ratio in the higher education. That is a 26.3% only. And this by government's policy, it is aimed to be about 50% by 2030. So how this would be achieved? And then of course the technology platform is going to play a big role in that. So integration of the higher education with the technology, and we are blessed that there is always a blessing in disguise. Corona has brought all of us together to force to adopt the new technology system, which the agencies tired of saying this thing that you adopt the higher education, this latest modern ICTs in information communication technology tools, but now we are forced to do this thing, and of course this has been implemented right now. It's a good sign. And the teaching incorporated with the modern learning tools would certainly can be a big solution towards this quality education problem. And of course, I would at the last would like to quote that there are government agencies like National Assessment and Accreditation Council who are addressing all these issues very well. So higher education institutes must going for this sort of accreditation, and I would not say that getting this accreditation is the thing that the quality would be entirely changed in a night. But yes, adopting this procedure would certainly make them inclined towards that path. And not today, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, they will achieve certain things which would be up to mark. So this is my humble submission to all of the panelists, being an administrator in the higher education system and being involved in the quality measures at this university setup. So thank you very much, Dr. Zeenat. This is my submission.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahinder. And I think you have really brought up all the things to the front, and the concept of quality, and definitely the role of NAC is not to be dismissed. It is playing a wonderful sort of role to actually align ourselves towards the quality thing. I totally agree with what Sylvia says, that it is the teacher's passion which actually rubs over onto the students, and that makes the fire inside your belly, and it has to be equally burned in the bellies of the teachers as well as the students. We have the great poet and the freedom fighter, Dr. Rabindranath Tagore. He says that a teacher is like a candle who burns itself and gives lights to others. Yes. So we have a really huge responsibility, and we have to really come up to that level so that we gratify the need of the society of being the best teachers. Might Almighty Allah help us to play this important role. So having said that, I move on to my next co-panelist, Professor Salina Bashir, who has, I was listening to the Raksha when she was saying that Delhi has all the opportunities, but it takes a big heart to leave your place and come to Delhi. She is a glass ceiling breaker. I call her, and she has moved to Jamia Hamdard after her stint in her home state of Kerala, and now she is with us. We are really blessed to have you, ma'am. Professor Salina, am I audible to you? I just, at my end.
Yes, Dr. Sinath, you are audible.
Now I can see you. Okay. So, ma'am, I would like you to answer the small query, and I think it would be something which everybody relates here. How do you think we can bridge the gap between the education sector, the gaps between the students, the institutions, and the parents across?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Zinat. So the question is on the gaps in educational system. It depends upon, the Zinat, when you ask the question, what are the gaps in an educational system? Let it be between the various stakeholders, the students, the teachers, education and academia, the education and the industry. The question you have to ask yourself is, what is the goal of the education according to you? How significant is education in your society? Is it trivial or significant? Are you on a value education-based system? Are you on an entrepreneur-based system of education? And when I was analyzing what are the existing gaps on global level and on domestic level, I was shocked to see few facts which has been reported by UN and UNICEF. To quote UN, the UN report of 2021, without a fundamental rethinking of current approaches to education, it's going to take another 100 years for children in developing countries to reach the educational levels achieved in developed countries. UN is saying that it will take another 100 years for the developing country children to reach the education level of developed country. Also, I read an interesting article in the New York Times of January 23rd, 2022, where the author is analyzing the education gap between the rich and the poor, where he's saying that the education gap between the rich and poor is growing wider. And he's analyzing and he's giving a lot of data and the reasons for that. Also, I was surprised to see a report from UNESCO, again in January 22, where it says that the gaps in education system will be exacerbated if education is not prioritized within pandemic response plan, where UNESCO is saying that whatever plans you are making, the economic, social, political plans you're making for the pandemic, please include or incorporate education as your topmost agenda. So it depends upon how you are going to view the educational gap. Are you going to view the educational gap as a gap between developing country or a developed country, or between the rich and the poor of your society? Or are you going to see it as the digital divide now all of us are facing? Now everybody understood the role of, including me, my kids are in class 10 and class 12, so include age 16 and 18. So everybody, day by day, we are recognizing the importance of a school, the real world school instead of the digital world. So the role of the teacher out there, the role of education, the pandemic has realized its real significance to all of us. So I like to point out few more facts which I have noticed from these international reports. Like more than 260 million children and young people are not going to school a day. 750 million people over the age of 15 are unable to read and write. In over 20 countries, more than half of the population is illiterate. In the next years, through to 2025, the global socio-economic growth is depending on the pre-K to pre-secondary education delivering another 500 million new learners to narrow the aforementioned gap. So I also found an interesting report where it was saying that the single parent families, where 80% of the single parent families with children under age of 18 are led by single mothers, and the research by World Bank says that 90% of a mother's salary in many developing economies go to buying her family's daily necessities. Also, a report from UNICEF of 2021 25% of all the children between ages of 2 and 4 years, all in 64 countries, do not take part in activities such as playing, reading, or singing, all of which are critical for early brain development. So when we start thinking of the educational gap, we have to formalize the plan. We have to analyze for whom we are planning, for whom we are trying to fill the gap. Is it for the developing and developed, or is it for the poor and the rich, or is it for the gender gap? As many of us have already said, like Daksha and Mahendra Singh, they said that we have sufficient infrastructure, we have sufficient legal framework. But execution is the real problem. And another thing which I want to ask you is that if there is an educational gap, how we had these great national leaders, the international leaders, how we had the great scientists, and now we are on machine learning, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, what is not there? And we are now seeing what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. So everything is the product of this education only. So it depends upon how we are taking the opportunity, how we are filling the gap. But again, I don't believe that there is actually any gap, because the world we are living is the blessing of this education only. So to answer the question, what are the possible solutions to bridge the gap? There is a lot, we have to urgently transform the education system to meet the aspirational needs of the new generation, to make it an inclusive education. We have to take the opportunity we have to ensure that no child loses the opportunity to learn. Of course, that's a strategy of our National Education Policy of 2020 and of the Global Summit also. So a significant change is required in the curricula. Then we have to reimagine education as a partnership with private sector partners, such as education is a partnership between Microsoft, education is a partnership between Ericsson, education is a partnership between Sony, Lever, Unilever, what all the technological giants. So there is a role for educational entrepreneurs. We have to redefine education in such a way as to answer all the needs of the new industry and entrepreneurs. We have to digitalize the curricula. We have to make it non-exhaustive and non-prescriptive. We have to desperately need innovation and technology to support and amplify the learners. As Irin Bakova, the UNESCO Director General, says, education is a shared responsibility between the governments, between the schools, between the teachers, parents, and private sectors. Accountability for these responsibilities defines where teachers teach, students learn, governments act. It must be designed with care and with principles of equity, inclusion, and quality. Accountability combined with transparency and a sense of urgency should be observed by every person who has the power to influence a child's education and learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Salina. My heart sank when you said it will take 100 more years to actually bridge that gap from the developing to the developed countries, and all the other factors which you brought out, that the goal which we are looking forward to is very tough to achieve, but then we have to be steadfast. We have to work together, amalgamate the government initiatives along with our personal endurance and confidence, and then going further with it. So it's a very, very complex situation, but nonetheless, we have to ensure, I think, a personal commitment of each one of us to actually do something towards this goal will be the one which is desirable. Thank you so much, Dr. Salina. I think we have one question by my colleague, Dr. Kalpana. Dr. Kalpana, if you would like to unmute yourself and ask it yourself. Dr. Kalpana Zochi?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. Am I audible?
You are absolutely audible. You may please take over your question.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you and all the panelists. It was really a learning piece listening all of you. What I want to know is that in India, we see that the GDP for the education sector is not used to its full capacity. So I wanted to understand what are the gaps for the same. Why the GDP given to the education sector is not utilized to its full potential, though every year we keep on asking for the more, but whatever has been given is not utilized. Thank you.
Dr. Daksha, if you could take that question. Dr. Daksha?
Thank you, Dr. Zeenat. But I believe that Professor Mahendra Singh is the best one to answer here because he is more on the
I was actually looking at him, he was
administrative side.
smiling. Absolutely. I was looking at him, he was smiling. I thought that question should go to him. I thought you will just
Yes.
have a prelude and then he can take it forward. Why it is not used is the question, a harsh one indeed.
Okay, yes, Kalpana, this is a very nice question that you have asked. I would try to answer to best of my understanding about this education setup and the funding systems. So far, this GDP is being spent, you can see, to develop the infrastructure in the government setup related with the elementary or primary or the higher education setup system. And all these things are, you can say, that's government systems. Every year the budget is being passed for developing the infrastructure, and you see that if the university has to come into existence, then it takes at least 2 to 3 years after the land acquisition and then the building a building or the university infrastructure development. So all the government policies is there, that is due to that this lack is there. Along with that, there are a lot many, you see, in the private sector, if some university setup has to build another university, it would take hardly less than 1 year to make this. So the government policies would be the responsible for that. There's delay in the procedures, because they have to take, of course, a lot of approvals from the different, and as the matter is the matter of finance is incorporated, lot of if and buts and question marks are there to release the funds. Once the fund is sanctioned, the moment it reaches to the end user, the time gap become enhanced. That's why the reason the GDP is in the education is not utilized to the full of its extent. So of course there should be the fast track mechanism when it comes to the educational institute development or the spending on the education infrastructure. One more thing I would like to ask you, that one example that I related to the budget on the research and development in education sectors like our agencies, DST or this, many times that senior officials also tell to the officials of these ministries that why you are not able to spend this money. So they give their own reasons that we are not finding the suitable candidates to whom we should disperse this budget money and all these things. So these are few reasons that I could see in that this GDP, of course the government, this education is not on the topmost priority because there are a lot many other aspects to look into. So accordingly, the finances are being distributed, and utilization of the finances is another aspect that is to be looked into. So this is my observation.
I totally
and
understand. I totally understand, coming from a university setup myself, and the reason why I diverted the question to Dr. Daksha was that she also is in a university, myself, Dr. Kalpana. So we understand that there's a lot of red tapeism, if you may use that word, and a lot of policy challenges which are to be overcome, and hopefully things will improve. And that's the only hope which we have. So do we have any other question? Because we have another panel discussion shortly in. I would love to share with the audience while we have another question. Somebody can type in or unmute yourself. So Carrie says beautifully that she started a hashtag. It says, people are the profession. This is apt as global education equity is what matters. People matter. We all have unique thumbprint. We are precious, and our responsibility is to make learning access easier than it currently is. So one lesson is that we have to be very sure about that what we can do to have an inclusive policy, allow everybody to come to study. Do not have any gaps in that. So that's the only lesson which we should know. If they're coming from rural area, allow them. If you're coming from a regional area, allow them and make them comfortable. If you are able to overcome all this regional, religious barrier and everything which is happening in the society and allow the people to come and get educated, that is the key to success. So do we have any other question? I think we don't have any other question, and the other panel.
If I may be allowed to speak,
sure.
I would further like to add to what Professor Mahendra Singh sir has stated. So he was talking more on the side of the GDP and its utilization, as the question was posed before him. So my idea is that students and faculty members in the university and higher educational institutions should be encouraged to go for fundraising activities Why to depend on government? So like, we can have our fundraising activities, especially with private institutes, private university. It can be an easy process. So this should be encouraged, because I have come across many campaigns wherein more than 1 million funds has been raised by university students. This trend should be encouraged in the university, so there shall be less dependency on the government and more dependency on the human resources which are actually present in the university.
Yeah.
So I think we really need to revisit this whole idea of that who is to do what, and then maybe come in on a consensus that how things can be a little easier for all of us. So
Yes.
I would, if anybody else, any of the co-panelists would like to have a parting remarks before we close, because we are running a bit late and the other panel has to get into the action. So any parting remarks from Sylvia, Carrie?
You made me think about how we deliver, how the delivery and access happens. And I think if there's one thing we've shown in the last 2 years or so, is that learning can happen despite being in a physical structure. And there are so many frameworks around. And I think this notion of hybrid delivery, there are some really cool ways of learning. And I think we have to include our students' voice in how we deliver for the future. Our teachers' voice, the teachers actually have to hear what the students are saying about the way they're learning and if they're engaged, because it's all about motivation. If it's like us working, if we're motivated, we're going to do the best. Our students will learn if they're motivated. They've also got to be self-regulated and self-directed. So that would be my parting comment. Thank you for letting me do that.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Sylvia, over to you, Sylvia.
Yes, just one thing, because after the question, the sooner we start, the better we move. If we start planning our curriculum since kindergarten, children grow up with a culture of sustainable principle, and that's where the changes arise. So I strongly believe in that. Thank you.
Yeah, from me, one take-home message. One thing is that was Kalpana told that there should be one take-home message, and I would like to quote one of our speakers in the morning session, Mr. Sandeep Marwaha. He was saying one thing, and that beautifully attracted me. That you need not to wait for anybody to approve your idea or the thoughts.
Absolutely.
That whatever you feel is correct, do it now. This is the thing. And one thing that my teacher also used to tell me, my Dr. Vipin Bihari Gupta, he was my PhD guide also. He used to tell that you have to honor your own idea, and the best way to honor your idea is to execute it. This is the thing that then if you are executing that, that's when you are not honoring idea, and then to whom you can expect that they will honor your idea. So the best way is to execute it. The moment it comes, whatever is right, do it with full force. This is the key home message that I feel.
Absolutely. I think that the sort of this conference, which is on now in a hybrid mode, or rather complete virtual mode, is testimony. It's in itself that how we feel that, yes, if we feel it is right, we have done it and we have shown it. So that's exactly how things should move, and we have to really work hand in hand. We have to take into consideration all the challenges, but yet, as in Bangla, they say, "Eklo chalo, aapka karwa bhi banta rahega." There will be a huge number of people. So the lines which come to my mind as a take-home message for all of us, and my parting remark, and thank you so much. It's my very honorable duty to thank each one of my panelists who had been really great, and the session must have left a lot of indelible marks on young minds, and I'm sure that we will have many more sessions like this to go forward too. So I remember, and he is one of my very favorite poets, Robert Frost, "These woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep." And that's it. And that's the end of this panel discussion. Over to, thank you so much. And we have another panel in waiting. So over to Meghna. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Zeenat. Thank you all the esteemed speakers. It was lovely. So yes, now we are gearing up for the next round. Yes. So what we have, so in the next panel discussion, it is completely dedicated to the SDG goals 13, 14, and 15. That is life on land, life underwater, and climate change. So sustainable environment, a responsibility of each individual. I'm so sorry, yeah. And for this, we have esteemed speakers who are Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra, Dr. Ludmila Simochko, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Professor M.Z. Abidin, Professor Vidhu Airi, and our moderator for this particular panel discussion is Dr. Sapna Jain. So, Dr. Sapna Jain, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the initiation. So good afternoon, everyone. So initiating, I would like to quote that our collective responsibility and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the environment in which we all live. So I take this privilege to welcome all the distinguished speakers, delegates, educationists, and students from all over the world in the second panel discussion of the Global Summit. I take this privilege to introduce the speakers, and then we'll start the discussion. Our first speaker, we are delighted to have Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra. He is a trained environmental development professional with an experience of over 23 years working in the field of conservation of natural resources, especially in water and biodiversity, in an association with NGOs, academia, consultancy firms at different capacities. Presently, he is associated with Rajasthan-based civil society, Rajputana Society of Natural History. His inclination towards nature was observed during his childhood, and he is working in the area of floral diversity and biological stream since his childhood. We have our second panelist here, Dr. Laimula. She is an associate professor at the Faculty of Biology, Uzman National University, Ukraine. She's a specialist in environmental microbiology and ecology. Her research focus on ocytology, researches of soil and water microbiota. She explores the soil assortment and the role of natural transformed ecosystems, resistant microorganisms. She's developing new and improving existing methods of bioindication and bioremediation. She's into the risk assessment and developing the methods for the environmental conservation and ecology. She is author over the 150 scientific publications, including many books. Our esteemed third panelist, Professor M.Z. Abidin, is currently head Center for Transgenic Plant Development, Department of Biotechnology, Jamia School of Chemical and Life Sciences, Jamia Hamdard. He is a life member of National Academy of Science, India. He has served as a Vice Chancellor at Singhania University, Rajasthan in 2008, and he has rich 35 years of experience and 30 years of graduate education experience in the field of biobotany and biology. He is a senior active member of various professional societies, coordinator and chairpersons of various committees, member of various administrative and academic bodies. He is actively involved in online teaching and has various authorized speeches. He's completely dedicated his life for research in the area of botany and biotechnology. We have our panelist, Professor Vidhu Airi, who is a pharmacist and has several years of experience in the academic field of pharmacology and cytochemistry, and she currently holds the position of Dean in the School of Education and Paramedical Research and former head of Department of Pharmacology Psychochemistry at Jamia Hamdard. She is handling range of projects in this area. She has served as a production manager at Bexcom Homeopathy and preparation, qualitative, quantitative examination of crude drugs, mother tincture, dilutations, in the homeopathic medicinal system. I welcome all my panelists, and with my panelists, I have our student rapporteur, because at Jamia Hamdard, we believe in our students and we have our Dean Students Welfare Club also. I have with me Rukia Aslam and Sana Khan. Rukia, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Am I audible?
Okay, actually, I would like to just
Yes, please.
tell the audience that after listening to the motivational lecture of Hansini, she is also having the same, she is also having the same potential, and she would like to introduce herself, and she has really given, she is very enthusiastic in co-moderating the session. So I welcome her because students are the future of our country. So Rukaiya, you can tell about yourself.
Yeah, sure,
Are
ma'am.
you
Am I
listening?
audible? Yes, ma'am. Am I
Yes.
audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
First of all, thank you so much, ma'am. It was so sweet of you to mention us. And as you know, as I would say, as ma'am Zenat said this one thing, everything settles down to this one thing, Hamdard, which I really feel sitting far away from my university until the laws permit. But every now and then I've heard me and my teacher, Ma'am Sapna, and we have a conversation over this one thing, over many things like environment, and we find so much things in common. And because of that reason, she said that this is going to be an international conference. I was just like so excited about it, and I'm so happy to be here and listening to all of those elite speakers, one after the other, inspiring us. So I really welcome you all, and I look forward to all the 4 speakers. Apart from that, if I introduce myself, I am a student of Jamia Hamdard, and I am a student of Bachelor's in Computer Application. Apart from that, my interest really lies in poetry and content writing. I've been a co-author of several books which have been published all over the world. And I really like speaking, interacting with people. Public speaking is one of the things that I believe helps us a lot, and also the society, when we bring a topic that sits in the very dark into the light and having it spoken about it. It is certainly a thing which should be practiced by everybody. And I think that is one of the agendas of this conference. So I really look forward to, hear all of those people here, and let's see how it goes. So I think that is pretty much it from my side. I'm really sorry I couldn't just switch on my camera. I am a little sick, and I also look a little sick. So I hope you people will excuse me for that. So over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Actually, she was very excited and she was requesting me. So I said, okay, you can go ahead, let your emotions flow. So to initiate the discussion, as we know that we are working towards the responsible environment. So we start the discussion with Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra sir. So with your so much experience in the field of the environment, and you are since to it from your childhood, I would like to ask you a question, sir, that as an environmentalist and someone who has been working towards conservation, can you please shed some light on how the field experts are working towards sustainable conservation in India, and what's the way forward, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sapna ma'am. Yeah, the most important thing, in a short time, I will be just responding to your question, and also I will show few of the examples through slides also. So my response to your this question is, basically, if we are working as a hardcore scientist, definitely, as per my experience, I was failed. When I was just pushing key, okay, from the wildlife area or from some such area, green area, we have to remove the people or humans. So that was my first learning in the field, when I realized that human is a part of ecosystem, and we can't separate this humans from the ecosystem. So if we are talking about the conservation, definitely we have to take due consideration of the beneficiaries or the stakeholders who all are involved in that particular work which we are focusing on. So that was my initiation with the work in the field, which I will say that yes, truly the successful aspects of conservation science. So in this manner, when I realized that which type of stakeholders, which type of beneficiaries we are having, students, industrialists, policymakers, or something else. For example, talking about the rural people or the urban people, everyone has got his or her own interest. So accordingly, we had just changed this. And this is what is happening right now in India also. The hardcore scientists who are completely involved in the conservation sciences, they realize that without the community participation or mobilization of the beneficiaries, it is not possible to achieve the result. So very quickly, I will show you a few of the examples through my slideshow. So in this slide, basically, I'll be just giving 2 examples that how we set all the conservation and got the successful result. So see here, what we did is that we had completely identified the conservation practices of that particular target area, and then we skilled the local residents or whatever the youngsters or next generation, and then link the formal education of the next generation with the applied aspect, and we made the awareness. This is one sentence, if you can say, nature-based community-owned sustainable tourism. This is what we did, and we merged all different type of aspects so that at least they can earn something from the conservation things. So conservation was in back mind of ours, but really what the target beneficiaries need.
पता है कितना लॉस हुआ है, इतना लॉस हुआ है कोविड की वजह से, कितने लोग का
so then what you made is mobilization. Yeah, and in this we documented also all the local biodiversity and everything. This is how we took the target groups and we mobilized. These all are from the village, a small village where recently a new species of butterflies in India has been discovered, as well as of the world is now in consideration. Please unmute audiences, participants, please. So this is how we mobilize. And see, all these are the villagers. These are not having the formal degrees or professional degrees of conservation sciences or biological sciences. These all are from the village areas. Next generation, how they were motivated, and then they were shaped, they were skilled, and then how they were involved, and then they are now the ambassadors of the conservation in that particular area. And this is how we, involve the formal education system with the applied aspect for the local, future generation. And in the left-hand side, top side, you can see even the elder peoples are also involved. So that was the mixed group where we were focusing on different target holders and selecting each and every person, or you can say selecting the ambassadors of their area to mobilize towards the conservation sciences. And this is how practically we are making the students. So what we did is that earlier we used to be the hardcore scientists, like eco-centric focused approach, but afterwards we were community-centric. Now we are completely on the human-centric, and we are identifying what actually the humans, the community needs, and accordingly we shape our plannings of conservation and involve them for their benefit. And that's how we did all this. These are the 3 models. 4th one is in pipeline. So in these 3 also in individual level, because we started from our own. And this is what one center, it's an old picture. Now see the biodiversity profile of this small hub, which is directly you can see the small area which is holding a lot of diversity, lot of floral and faunal diversity within 15,000 square feet area. And this is how the people are coming and learning that particular ecology in that particular center. This is very close to the Kevladev National Park, the World Heritage Site. And this is how we linked with the entrepreneurship with the people. Agropreneurship, if this agriculture, then we focus on the agripreneurship program and conserving the agricultural biodiversity, promoting the natural farming. And if there are other talents are there, then you can see the womenpreneurship here and the soil culture from which they are earning something. This is how we did the center. And this is one of the important model, ABU model. Our focus was conserving this small little bird, IUCN red data bird, and see how we achieved. We mobilized the trappers, the poachers into saviors. So they were earning 50 rupees per day in 2002. And we mobilized, it took almost 3 to 5 years, and we mobilized them, we chased them and transformed them, and the poachers became the saviors. And see the miracle, what happened. See the number. This is a scientific, monitoring of this species. Now number in 2002-3, it was below 300. Today it is 2000. Although Forest Department says 6,000 plus. So this is what the achievement. Now the people and the local administration has taken this bird as a mascot for 2019 election. So this is now the people have realized that this is our heritage. We have to conserve. This is how we, and similar. If we are focusing on some other aspects, see, very close to Kevladev National Park, Chakramnagar, the issue was water. So SDG 6 was focused here. But ultimately, with SDG 6, after the structural or civil work interventions, we mobilize the people with the social mobilization. See how the womenpreneurship and how the SDG goals were linked. So SDG 5 was basically taken with the women, especially these were the women. And with their local talent or natural talent, the skills, we simply value added the products. And now it is the online, products which they are selling. And this is how government is promoting their handicrafts. Although it is there, but the important aspect is the grass, which conserve the soil water. And see how they were transformed. The same women who all are 1,500 plus women from the 34 villages around Kevladev National Park, they are involved in that. Now, how they transform from simple their natural skill to some other aspect. And today, in this pandemic period, in this COVID-19, everyone was struggling with the money. But these women, these people are 34 villages. They were feeling very proud because they were having the earnings. See how they transformed, and this is how they, they were benefiting. So this slide is just giving the transformation took place from their water-centric development to presently the women empowerment through economic viability. So this is how we did. So our purpose was just to revive ecological setup around the Kevladev National Park, and everything has been documented. You can well go through all how we achieved the steps and all these things. Sahapedia.org. You can find a lot of pictures there and a lot of videos also. And this is another example from Dhalpur, the Chambal area, which is famous for the dacoit. See, this is water-centric development, how it took place. And see, this was just a nala. This was just a 2 hours or 1 hour flow, water flow in the rainy season. But today it is 11th month river stream. And now the whole of that area is now planted and taken by people, and see how they were transferred. So this was the holistic development. Taking women, taking students, and especially the girl students, and see how they were mobilized, how they were motivated, how they were inspired, because they were now seeing that this is our issue, our challenge, how to cope up with this. So we simply mobilized, and now we transformed them into the their conservation aspect. This is a few slides which I am giving. So I'm just ending my response to the audiences. So this is how I would like to say that if we really think to achieve success, definitely we have to consider the stakeholders or that beneficiaries need, and then we have to work, and that's what we did in our work. This is my also submission to your response. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was really inspiring, and you have really done a great job, because agropreneurship and the water ponds that you are working on, and it's working in the rural areas and promoting them, that is actual implementation of the SDG, that we have to move towards the remote areas and try to give them the basic necessities. All the 17 goals are focusing on the basic necessities to be provided at each and every areas. It's not only in the urban areas. Thank you, sir. So I would like now, a ma'am has having, Ledlima ma'am has having a presentation. So please, ma'am, you can share your presentation, then we can have a discussion.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Ludmila Simachka, and I'm professor in ecology from Uzhgorod National University. It's Ukraine. Even in such difficult time, we trying to work. So today I would like to share my presentation with you. Just a moment. So, is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Ludmila, if you could put it on the full screen.
Yes, yes. Just a moment. Just a moment. There we go. Yes. Now, is it okay?
Actually, I am able to see, like, because of network, I am able to see in the way. Can I ask any?
Dr. Sapna, it is still not in full screen.
Oh, no, it's not in yet.
Just F5 if you could do that.
Okay, okay,
Maybe you
ma'am.
try once.
F5, because actually in my network, due to network, it is taking time. That is why I'm asking.
No worries,
I apologize. Probably enough bad connection. You know.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Fair enough. No worries.
Ma'am, you can move. Ma'am, you can please have.
Okay.
Move
Okay.
forward,
Wonderful. So today I would like to present topic sustainable development of ecosystems. Main aspects of biosecurity and food safety. Biosecurity is a strategic and integrated approach that encompasses the policy and regulatory frameworks for analyzing and managing relevant risks for human health and associated risks to the environment. Thus, biosecurity, including food security, as a concept of direct relevance to sustainability of agriculture and wide-ranging aspects of public health, and also protection of the environment. So sustainable development goals include a significant number of interconnected objectives related to agriculture and food. And one of such goals is food security. Food security is associated with the social determinants of health, which are the conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work. So all those things are very important. Food security in the context of social determinants of health interconnected with population growth, political instability, economic development, urbanization, migration, agricultural policy, and environmental factors such as land use and climate change. But at the same time, food security is one of the important factors that can determine nutritional outcomes. Other such factors include educational level, gender equality, resources allocated to national policies. So, and antibiotic resistance microorganisms in agricultural production systems and food chain are major public health challenge. So, if we, hello?
Yes, ma'am. Slides are not moving. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize. I'm asking because here is very bad connection.
No issues, ma'am. We are there, ma'am. No issues. We also have the same network problems here also.
So about food security. So if we will analyze in the general rating, Ukraine was ranked 63rd place in 115 countries, hence for it 54 points. Several factors influence the food security of the country.
Professor Lord Miller, I'm sorry to intervene. We are not able to see your slides moving. Just press the second slide so that, just run the slide so that we can
yes,
have
ma'am. Please, that is all, ma'am. Please go to the second slide because your the first slide is visible, ma'am.
Okay, now first one, second, yes?
No, ma'am. Still it is the first one. Move to the second slide, please, ma'am.
I'm moving. I'm already moving.
I think you are moving in the full screen, ma'am. You have to, you know, cut off your screen now. Yeah.
Slide slaughter view only you can move, ma'am. Then yes, I think it will come. Because it is only the first slide is there, ma'am.
Understood. I don't know why I'm moving and I see that, but I don't know why.
Ma'am, please press the escape button at the you know, left upper corner.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Now, yeah,
so
it is.
I apologize. So we'll be in this model because I don't know what is it problem. So better we will do in this way.
No worries at all. No worries at all.
Ma'am, please go ahead, ma'am, please.
So key elements to achieve food safety and food security, farmers' wealth and sustainability goals. First of all, it's food standard and certification, law enforcement, and educate consumers. All these belong to food safety. Other food bank, seed bank, food emergency plan, off-farm income program, sufficiency economy program, also all those things depends on food security. Cost reduction program, reduction quality product improvement, revenue sharing program, farmers welfare program, to farmers' wealth. And if we are speaking about sustainability, so the key elements are green technologies, incentive measures, and inclusive development. If we will analyze generally problem of spreading of antibiotic resistance in the environment, we need indicated World Health Organization identified antibiotic resistance as a serious threat for human health across the world, and the soils to providing humanity with 98% of its food. So the soil microbiome plays an important role in the development and spread of antibiotic resistance in humans, and one of the biggest source of antibiotic resistant microorganisms, modern ecosystems. So if we will analyze environment health, human health, animal health, all those things are interconnected and represent actually one health. And World Health Organization estimates that, for example, in 2050, we can expect more deaths globally due to resistant bacteria, example, if from the cancer. So they need to pay attention to this problem because it's really a very serious problem, and it's globally problem, especially now in this situation with COVID, pandemic of COVID, when widely were used different antibiotics, so it's very important. Aims of the contribution. So the soil microorganisms play an important role in the development and spread of antibiotic resistance in humans. And the aim of this study was to determine soil microbial diversity and antibiotic resistance of soil bacteria in different agro-ecosystems, to estimate food security and make risk assessment for the human health. So we conducting microbiological investigation according to standard methods. I will not analyze this in detail. I think it's not necessary. Just a little bit about our results. So we conducted a monitoring study during 6 years, started in 2015, and we analyzed soil microbiome in such a type in different type of agroecosystems with such plants as Capsicum annum, Vitis vinifera, Rubusideus, Petracelinium crispum. So we determined different ecological trophic groups of soil microorganisms in those agroecosystems, such as micromycetes, aminifiers, oligotrophs, pedotrophs, anaerobic bacteria, bacteria using mineral forms of nitrogen, and also nitrogen-fixing bacteria. And results of our investigation shows that the most comfortable conditions for soil microbiome were in agroecosystem of Capsicum annum and Petracelinium crispum. Soil microbiome of this ecosystem characterized a high number of nitrogen-fixing bacteria, also ammonifiers, and low content of pedotrophs and oligotrophs. And after 6 years, situation little bit changing. So when we determined a structure of soil microbiome, we realized that changed number of nitrogen-fixing bacteria, increased oligotrophity, pedotrophity, and also a number of micromycetes. All those things, it's a good, all those numbers of different groups of soil microorganisms indicates about significant changes in surrounding. Next, our step in our study was to determine antibiotic resistance antibiotic resistant bacteria in those agroecosystems, because we know that antibiotic resistant bacteria can be inserting in those type of agroecosystem, for example, with organic manure. So it was interesting for us to analyze like not only vertical but also horizontal transfer of antibiotic resistance in environment. And as you can see on this table, we isolated the high number of antibiotic resistant bacteria from the agroecosystems of Vitis vinifera and Rubus. And if we will compare results of our investigation with our previous investigation, I mean structure of soil microbiome, we see that in agroecosystems with high level of oligotrophy and the trophy with isolated high number of antibiotic resistant bacteria. And generally it was 53 isolates and 32 of them characterized high level of antibiotic resistance. So, and how changed situation after 6 years? As we can see, number of antibiotic resistant bacteria increased. So if in 2015 were generally 32 bacteria with a high level of antibiotic resistance, so in 2021 64. So practically number of antibiotic resistance bacteria increased in twice. But generally, if we will analyze, the picture was the same. So agroecosystem with Vitis vinifera and Rubus characterized a high number of antibiotic resistant bacteria in compare with agroecosystem of Capsicum annum and Petroselenium crispum. So, and conclusions, the widespreading of antibiotic-resistant microorganisms connected to increased amount of infectious and non-communicable human disease. And this is multidisciplinary problem, really. And the results of monitoring studies have shown that exogenous factors cause formation of soil rhizostome and the spread of antibiotic-resistant microorganisms. Number of antibiotic-resistant bacteria increased in 36%. From the soil were isolated antibiotic-resistant anaerobic and aerobic microorganisms such as Clostridium perfringens, Clostridium adiamatins, Clostridium difficile, Enterobacter cladzi, Enterococcus fecalis, Bacillus megatherium, Bacillus mycoides, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Modern agroecosystems are the source of spreading of pathogenic and opportunistic microorganisms with multiply antibiotic resistance and endangering for human health. So management of soil microbiota is vitally important for safeguarding public health. The soil microbiome plays an important role in the development and spread of antibiotic resistance in humans. And the risk to antibiotic resistance exposure, especially via products, should be best managed. It's necessary to implement tools for protection of bioproduction from contamination by pathogenic microorganisms. So monitoring antibiotic resistance in ecosystem is an additional tool for controlling and managing biosecurity. And biosecurity is also a key element for sustainable development of modern agro-ecosystem. That is why it's so important to pay attention for this problem. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be glad to answer on all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really informative and knowledgeable, because we learned about that how soil microbiome data that are there, and how microorganisms that you are showing, the research that you showed, and in the time of this COVID-19 scenario. So my question would be, ma'am, like jaise, now like these days we have more and more variants coming up. No, variants are coming for the COVIDs and for that. So now how this will this affect the research that you are showing? Will it increase, or how it is going to affect? Because it is now after 2 years of pandemic, can we understand the situation as we have gone through? So sometimes it is very we tend to be disheartening that these things will then keep on multiplying then, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. You're absolutely right. And situation became worse because really those last 2 years, especially on the beginning of pandemic, then we didn't have yet generally protocols, I mean international protocols for COVID. We widely use it. I mean, here, for example, in Ukraine, I don't know how in India, I think was the same. We used antibiotics because we didn't know how we need to fight with this virus, and it wasn't correct, because we know that antibiotics don't impact on virus. We can treat only some side effects after COVID. So, and yes, of course, the numbers of using generally, I mean, increases significantly, and we need to understand, because it's not only spreading of antibiotic resistance in our organism. So all those bacteria, for example, the bacteria adapted to those antibiotics, and after enter to their surrounding, to the environment. So I think probably it even will be more quickly in if in 250 that really number of antibiotic resistance bacteria increasing every day, and it's really very serious problem. Because we before use antibiotic, we need to think seriously, will be this effective or not, and we also must remember about side effects such as also antibiotic resistance. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, ma'am, because as you talked about the green technology, and I am also a very environmentalist and my research area is also in the same field. So can you, ma'am, tell some of the technologies, the green technologies that you are using there to for such that we can use it here also in India, ma'am?
Green technologies. So if you're talking about green technologies in agriculture, first of all, it's of course using, for example, organic manure, but we must remember, yes, about quality of those organic manure. Mostly refuse from intensive using of pesticides and so on. So here, I think we have the same problem as you have in India. First of all, it's a high number of mineral manures and pesticides in agriculture. So really, we need to think about sustainable development, about future of our planet, and trying to use green technologies. Maybe it's not so economically effective, but we need to think about our environment.
So definitely, ma'am, it's a global problem. Dr. Ajit sir, you would like to add something or ask, because you are there? I would like to invite you if you want to.
No, I'm really, I'm listening to Dr. Ludmila.
Okay.
was fantastic, and
No, it was a
you know,
really very nice,
very
nice
nice
there were
talk,
so
and I
many
really
things that
appreciate.
are coming
And I
up in my mind because it's my also area of research. That is why.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I really appreciate her commitment in
Yes,
this
sir.
time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Ma'am, there is
Thank you.
one question in the, that is, can I proceed for the question, ma'am?
In chat?
Okay, okay. So this is food security or food safety. Which one is more important in Indian perspective? Actually, in India, see, ma'am,
I think this question is for some Indian.
Actually, so sorry. Actually, I didn't read about the Indian perspective. Definitely, we'll get back and discuss about it. With the, we have the more panelists with us. So can I now invite? We'll move back to you, ma'am, again. So can I invite Professor Abdeen, sir? Are you listening, sir? Professor Vidhu, ma'am, is there? I'll just...
Yes, I'm here.
She's there.
Yeah.
Sapna ma'am, you're on mute.
Abdin sir is also there, I trust.
Ma'am, actually, I think he's doing something. I'll just get back. Till then, I can have you can just let him. So welcome, ma'am, to the discussion. So would you like to share a presentation or we'll start the discussion, ma'am, as you like?
No, I think we'll start the discussion. Okay. And right at the onset, hello to everyone. And I am very thankful to the organizers for providing me this opportunity to connect with all of you. And I am actually a professor of pharmacognosy and phytochemistry. Yes. And it is what that drugs which are obtained from all natural sources. So we are very much part of, you know, that how to protect you can say plant diversity, you know, and India being the herbal garden of the world. So we are very much part of it, that how we have to protect it. And now coming to these microbes, you know, this microbial biotechnology is the next thing, which is, you can say it is the future. And we are, in fact, when we work on plants, we want to increase the secondary plant metabolites. And you were also talking about some green chemistry and also environment friendly technologies. So there are certain endophytes, you know, which are present in the plants. And these endophytes are surviving because they produce the same secondary metabolites. So we can use these microbes which are there, which are known as endophytes, to increase the secondary metabolites. So like this, we can conserve, you know, in place of making it synthetically, right?
Dr. Sapna, unmute yourself.
No, I'm doing, ma'am. Actually, it was just, it is taking little time. Okay, so we would love to hear your views on the contribution of youth towards the clean, balanced environment and a preservation of our resources, ma'am.
Okay. So you know that the nation's youth, it has got special responsibility in relation to protection of the environment. And this is mainly due to the fact that young people, they have to live for an extended period in healthy surroundings. And we being a young nation, we have a substantial young force, you know. So in addition, the young people are full of new ideas. They accept, they understand and adapt the technology faster. So after listening all these things, and also the common things, if we can say, that I would like to emphasize upon the following, that is, you can buy some sustainable products, or only buy when you need, and you should stop littering, then bring reusable bags to the grocery store. And these are some of the very common things if the youth follow. But now we need to understand that how to begin with, you know, how to begin with. So the first point is that there is a need to understand the importance of identification with the community and a responsibility for sustaining that community, which Dr. Satya Prakash was explaining, that you have to connect, with the community. Okay, and it is their responsibility. It is not necessarily that they are all, you can say, qualified, but they are educated enough to understand that what is the role of the community. So the number one point is that there is a very strong need first to understand that what is our natural resources. Natural resources hai kya, isn't it? So we have to start from the school level itself, and there should be programs at the school level, and they should engage young people, you can say, and to explain them about the sustainable development and helping youth to better understand the impact of their consumer habits on the environment and how to make choices that are sustainable. So this entirely lies on the youth, how to make their choices when they are acting as a consumer. So how you can say that? Number one is that they can start their own initiatives, or they can volunteer with environmental organizations. This is the part of the responsibility of the youth to do so. Then second is that they can reduce the waste and use more of the natural resources. That how they can do this? That is, they can adapt more of the virtual ecosystems wherever possible in education or in banking and other service-oriented industries. They can also explain this to more elderly people that they have to go in for these virtual platforms. Then another very important point is that there should be an interaction, and domestic tourism, should move from current popular locations to villages and small towns, that is, which are less explored regions. So it can stop the movement from the villages to the towns. So now there are certain very popular places. So they can move from there to those places which are there in villages. Then another important thing is that school and colleges should adopt close vicinity villages to help them develop small scale handicrafts that need low money investment, but new skills will be easily set in. So this is also the duty of the youth, and they can take all these national level programs which are going on. So by using this, by using the local handicrafts which are present, we can conserve our resources. Then another important thing is that suppose they join any government service or they join any private service, we can start from here that they have some certificate of appreciation when they are indulging themselves in this particular type of work. So I think our youth, they have to play a very important role. Just by having discussions or making posters, it is not going to help. They have to adopt certain villages, and also they should have a strong bond with the community. So that's what I want to say here.
Definitely, ma'am, I agree with you. And all the points that you have told are very relevant, and we need to actually think about, because what you are telling is actually we have to do. You talked about the practical aspect that we have to bring in according to the new education policy also. It is saying the same. It also discusses about the implementation of sustainable goals in the new education, in the university system. Thank you, ma'am. We'll get back. I invite Professor Abdin sir to join the discussion. Sir, are you there, sir?
He's there.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, sir. So sir is already working.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay.
You're audible. Okay. So sir has already working in the field of biotechnology, and he has rich experience, and even I am working with sir, so I have learned so much from sir. So sir, can you explain how biotechnology and other advanced sciences can help in the building of the sustainable solutions in the agriculture or other fields that we are having currently, sir?
Yes, let me start with the green revolution first. As we already know that green revolution has brought the increase in the production of food grains, and that ultimately led to people having food. Okay, but what happened? This green revolution causes loss in biodiversity. We have lost many wild relatives of the crops that became extinct, though they were having very important traits. Even some of the important varieties which were developed earlier, they have certain important characters which were making them good in terms of nutrition, or in terms of like surviving under a stress environment, giving better yields. But what happened, because of the objective of the scientists to get more and more with more agricultural inputs, we have lost those traits in the modern day wheat and rice varieties. So actually, as a biotechnologist, my intention is that we should not lose our biodiversity, because that is a very important natural resource, and that is needed to sustain not only our agriculture, but also getting resource out of them. Now, I am giving just you an example. We have a practical experience for that. We already know that for oil, like vegetable oil, most of us are dependent on mustard oil. And what we have seen is that mustard varieties, they have been developed for better seed yields and also oil yield. Now, what happens, one of the variety that was developed by Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, that is Pusa Kisan, what we found, and we have also published this paper, we have found that this variety is not efficient in acquiring sulfur from the soil. We already know that what happens during the course of agriculture, there was depletion of sulfur, but we have not incorporated it because we were using high analysis fertilizers like urea, this ammonium phosphate, DAP. So we were not incorporating sulfur in the soil. Now, what we found is that this variety, it has lost its efficient sulfur acquisition potential. And when we analyzed other varieties, we have found that other variety, one of the variety which is also there, it is having that trait. But what happens, this trait was lost in this variety, in Pusa Kisan, because of the high selection pressure breeding. So what we found is that if this genetic trait, it is basically governed by a protein that is high affinity sulfur transporter. Now this gene from Pusa Kisan was lost during breeding. So it happened that this variety was not able to sustain and give better yields when when soil was poor in sulfur. Also, it has lost its potential to acquire and assimilate nitrogen. Now we already know that farmers, they are putting more and more nitrogen in their fields to get more yields. But irrational use of this fertilizer, because of the loss in the acquisition of sulfur and nitrogen, they are metabolically linked with each other. So because of this loss of this high affinity sulfur transporter, this variety was not able to acquire and assimilate nitrogen. And so what happened? There was, on the one hand, there was loss in the assimilation of the nitrogen, is efficient assimilation, and then utilization in the production of seed and oil. So that resulted into pollution, environmental pollution, because we already know that if nitrogen is lost from the crop or from the soil, it goes into the environment, and then it basically affect not only the soil structure and function, but also it influence the health of the human beings and also animals, because it has been found that nitrogen once move into the soil, it is biotransformed and then converted into many carcinogenic compounds. And that's why actually it has been observed in India that those regions in India where nitrogen fertilizers is used in very high quantities, people suffer from the diseases including cancer. Actually, methemoglobinemia is one of the disease that is also referred as blue baby syndrome. So it was basically first noticed in United Kingdom, where farmers were using large amount of nitrogen fertilizers. So this is because actually what happens that when plants are not able to utilize nitrogen, it moves into the drinking water and also in our food chain. And then when we are eating it, it is converted in the form of nitrite by our gut flora. And then it causes this methemoglobinemia. So actually, from our research, we have found, actually through the knowledge of the biotechnology, what we acquired. So through this, we have been able to identify that one important gene is missing in a variety that was bred for high yield under assured condition, but it was unable to perform well when this gene was missing because of the breeding that led to the development of this variety. So it is one of the example where we did experiments, and we have shown that actually through biotechnology, we can evaluate and improve the characteristics of the variety without losing the important traits. Second thing which I would like to emphasize here, that there are many plant species which are lost because of over-exploitation. I have already told, give an example, like in crops, we have lost many wild species which were having many good traits. Though there are certain wild species which are available, scientists have already investigated. They found better traits, but like many we have lost. So we have lost the germplasm, very important germplasm that is not now available for developing new varieties under this global climatic change, so as to they can sustain this global climatic change and then maintain their growth and productivity. So this is one aspect. The other is that we are also over-exploiting the forest resources, especially medicinal plants. So what happens because of the over-exploitation, many of the species of the medicinal plants, they either are at the verge of extinction or they have become extinct. And that's why in traditional medicines, whether it is Ayurvedic, Unani, Siddha, which is practiced in India or in other parts of the world. So what happens that many of the medicines which were prepared from these plant species, since they are not available, so now the medicines are coming using substituents of these plants, and therefore they may not be as effective as the medicines which were prepared from the original authentic plant species. So that is another aspect where biotechnology can help in conserving those species through in situ and also in vitro multiplication, and then their conservation, and conservation can be done by giving the micropropagated plants to the farmers, which may cultivate and then grow them, and the industry can use those plants for making formulations. So in this way, we can prevent these rare medicinal plants from becoming extinct, and then also we can provide a continuous source, not depending on the forest resource, but coming from the farmers which are living in the villages, so they can earn money by cultivating these medicinal plants and selling them to the pharmaceutical industries, and they can then use them making formulation. So good medicines then with better therapeutic efficacy are available to the people for their health care. So these few examples I have given, we may discuss further on some of these issues. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. It was really, you have given so nice examples so that we are able to understand the over-exploitation of forest resources and in medicinal perspective also, sir. Sir, I know that you are having the wide knowledge about the food security. There is one question, sir. Can I ask, sir? It is in the
yes,
chat.
yes, please. Yes, please.
So, it is just they're asking that we talk about food security and then food safety also. So, in Indian perspective, which one is should we focus on food security or on food safety? As we know, sir, that in the SDG goals, we are having no poverty, zero hunger, and everything. So, it is all interrelated. That when we talk about, they are interrelated, these goals are interrelated. If we want to actually have the... Yes, sir, please.
So may I explain? May I discuss? So actually, when we are talking about food security, definitely food security comes first. And then we have to provide safe food and nutritious food. Okay. So these are the two important aspects we have to maintain while working for sustainable development of agriculture. Now, actually, when we come to food security, in that case, since land area is limited, we have limited land area, population is growing, our needs are also growing. The nations which were not industrialized earlier, they are also in the race to be industrialized and fulfilling their needs. Okay. So under such situations, and also with the growing population, we also need more food. So under such situations, we have to have a balance between the use of those resources which are coming from the industry and also the resources which coming from nature. For example, we have to use integrated nutrient management practice and integrated pesticide management practice, where actually depending on the requirement of a crop, we have to give the crop like chemical fertilizers along with the biofertilizers in such a way that there should not be irrational use of the chemical fertilizers, and it should not become a problem to the environment. Similarly, when we are using pesticide, based on the manifestation of the pest, we can use biopesticide. And if there are problems that certain pests are not controlled by biopesticide, in that case, we must have an integrated approach where we can also use chemical pesticides along with the biopesticides. But more, we have to use more and more like natural resources, biopesticides and biofertilizers, so as not to compromise with the yield of the crop At the same time, we should not allow like the food with residue of pesticides and then fertilizers in them, so that the food become safe. The other thing is that which actually I would like to mention here, that agriculture, when Green Revolution came, it came with the high productivity of cereals. Okay, for example, like wheat and mainly wheat and rice. But it has never basically percolated through other crops. So, for example, like pulses, we are not getting a varieties of pulses which are high yielding. So, in green agriculture, our main focus was just to feed the population. Now, we have to also feed people with nutritious food. In that case, they have to provide it with the protein. Now, protein comes either from animals or from vegetable sources. And one of the rich vegetable sources are pulses. So we have not worked for developing varieties of pulses which seeds are not only rich in protein, but the quality of the protein, and also their yield is not is not better. So we have to improve these things. Secondly, actually, in case of fat is also very important for our nutrition. So the vegetarian population, they mainly depend on vegetable oils, and if we actually assess the progress in the productivity of the vegetable oils, we are far from the productivity in case of cereals. So there also we have failed even after like so much years of green revolution. We have not come up with varieties which are good in terms of yield and the quality of the oil. Okay, and then third thing is that if we actually see the production of vegetables and fruits, so these are the highly perishable commodities, and they cannot be stored for a longer time. So what happens that once they are grown, majority of major portion of the fruits and vegetables, they last when they are transported from the region where they are grown, means from the farmer's field to the shops where they are sold to the consumers. So when they during transportation and then when they are sold to the consumers, there is a lot of vegetables and fruits. They are perished, and they are not good in for eating. So actually, this is also one of the reasons for malnutrition of the majority of the population, because we are not able to provide fruits and vegetables which are very much essential, as they are rich source of minerals and vitamins, which are very important for health perspective. So actually, we have to make effort not only to develop varieties of vegetables and fruits which shelf life is more, but also we need to improve their productivity.
Thank you, sir. It was you explained it so nicely and in such a way that how to promote the sustainable development of green agriculture, and the use of how we should the use of pulses and everything. Thank you, sir. It was and we need to actually bring the change, and you are continuously doing it in the EQC cell, sir. I am working. So thank you, sir, for your enlightening words and discussion. And any questions? Any questions?
Ma'am, I have something to say, if you will allow
Yes, yes.
I think with like so many topics being covered by our speakers, that was so nice to hear. Ma'am Vidhu brought this very nice topic, which was like the responsibility of youth, like in future and sustainable development, which I agree. There is one thing more which I learned about Satya Prakash Mehta sir. If you would like to elaborate, sir, on this, like you discovered in your very childhood that you are a nature lover and you used to sketch, if I'm not wrong, about all of these birds and all. If I consider the facts today and the generation, the kids today in specific, like my cousins, they're always into the cell phones. So what points would you like to tell us, or any tips or tricks, so that we make them realize that there is world outside the cell phone, and create that atmosphere like Satya Prakash Mehta got, and all of these things. So what are your points on that, and how can we bring them to the green fields? So if you people can answer.
Sir, would you like
Can
to?
I? Yeah.
Actually, sir, I was coming back to you because the models that you were showing, and it was in such a fast mode that I was not able to actually understand. I just saw some of the pictures, but it was really the work that you have done. And she is asking a relevant youth question. So please.
Yes, it's really a very relevant question in present mode, because this is the age of information. So how we are transforming the children and youth, as I mentioned in my presentation or my approach, what we did, we simply took the taste of the stakeholder. Whatever, if the children are there, then what they need. For example, if they need the mobile, then what we did, we simply transferred, okay, in mobile, what do you want to play? What type of gadgets you are having with you. So what we did, I simply managed to have the softwares or applications, the apps related to the wildlife, related to the floral diversity, biodiversity of their region, as well as the area or the global level. And then related to such type of applications, they were loaded and uploaded on that mobile. Then we said, okay, let's have the competition. So what we did, we simply arranged the competitions, and we initiated them. Okay, let's take the taste from your mobile and just go in field, and the children who will be documenting or seeing the differences between what you have seen in electronic media or virtuality and in reality, pen down it, and then you will be getting incentives in terms of whatever the things. And the same thing applied with the schools. You have seen my one of the slide which was taking the schools, the urban school as well as the rural school. So what we did is that we simply connected the present children who are completely engaged with their electronic gadgets to take these gadgets and observe in the field in reality, and then come. And you will not believe, within a month, because we had prepared one module I had not presented here, that is Prakriti Shala, using SDG 4.7. What we did, we implemented and executed the same planning with the formal schools, taking into favor the departments of governments departments, as well as the big tiers from colleges. And then we planned formal education, whatever the lectures are there, and the modules, some 9 modules are there, 3-month course. So we delivered that, and we simply offered the government system that don't worry about that, we will deliver in practicality the sciences in such a manner. So like that, we transformed the children towards the nature orientation. And again, the thing is that today, we started this work in 2002. After that, so many persons, so many children, they are going for the courses in ornithology and courses in, they're making their career in conservation sciences, which is generally, avoided by the